Today we will explore connections of social entrepreneurship and resilience. But let's define first what resilience is. Nature itself can offer lots of shape of resilience, and I'm very happy to present our keynote speaker, Ainis Pivoras, who is biologist and he's researcher particularly interested in Asian wood forests. Welcome, Ainis.
Hello everybody, Jurgit already presented me, and for the past 10 years I am researching all growth forest ecosystems. And they're amazing, they're so beautiful that I think I could spend all the rest of my life in there. And they are located in the strict nature reserve, so there are no direct human disturbance, direct influence. But anyway, there are many natural disturbances, natural, let's say, disasters, and I can witness how some of the oldest, the biggest trees are dying. And for me, it's kind of natural cycle, natural process. It's kind of beautiful. And actually, before I never tried to look at all the processes from the perspective of resilience. It was something new, and I was really happy about this ability to take a deeper look. And I would like to present you shortly what I discovered. So, at the beginning, I started to look for some kind of superpowers within species, within individuals. And for example, immortality. This is immortal jellyfish. It's a real scientific name. It really can be immortal and live forever if the conditions are right. But if condition changes, then I thought about giants of our planet, the biggest animals, the biggest trees. They're so huge that they have no predators, like no enemies. It looks like they must be really resilient, but are they? And then I thought about the most defensive, most spiky, most venomous, most poisonous, most camouflaged, or even most smelly, most stinky animals. Are they the most resilient? What about the fastest ones? Or some of them are so fast, like this Jesus Christ lizard. It can run so fast that it can really, literally run over on the surface of the water without drowning. Or even what about the most sleepy animals? About this, uh, which can recover or rest very effectively, like this dormouse. There are actually few species living here in Lithuania, but most of them never encounter one because they sleep most of their lifetime. Some of the species can sleep more than 80% of their lifetime. And that's really efficient in their way because they can survive at least twice longer than regular mice due to this ability to sleep over the winter. But are they really resilient? And I think not at all. They just really adapted to some particle conditions, but when there are disturbances, they're really vulnerable. And actually, most of dormoises they close to the extinction. So, what is the resilience then? So, the resilience in nature is ability of individuals, species, or the whole ecosystem to resist to some particle damage and to recover quickly afterwards. So, what is then the most resilient? Water bears are called the toughest animals on the planet. They are tiny, only half of millimeter length, but they can withstand uh, enormous pressures from the environment. And scientists love them. There are actually more water bears in the cosmos than humans, because if we can survive only few seconds in the open space, so they can fly there and come back and then recovered without any spacesuits. And how they achieve that? They can slow down their metabolic rate by 99%, and they can lose more than 90% of their body water, and they went into stage called cryptobiosis. It's kind of state where they can withstand temperatures below 270 degrees Celsius or above 100 degrees. That means they can survive being in the boiling water and they can stay in such condition for years, even for decades, and afterwards they can recover pretty quickly. So this is about animals. And what is the toughest plant on the earth? So firstly, weeds came to my mind. That mean they're really superpower plants, because every year, every day, hundreds of scientists, they are breaking their heads by trying to find a ways how to eradicate them from our cultivated fields. Here is a chickweed. If you like gardening, you must know it for sure. And how they become so adaptive, so resilient. That means we are trying all the ways we know to eradicate them, and they revive again and again. So chickweed, they they recover very quickly, and they flourish during the disturbances. How they achieve that? Because of this speed, this quick reaction, they just outcompete the rest of the plants, and all the energy they invest to seed bank. They produce many of the seeds and just store them in the soil, and they can stay here for many years. Some seeds actually can sprout even after 2000 years. So the seed is kind of like a spaceship to the future. This is another one of my good friends. I like gardening, and for many years I was searching the way how to eradicate it. The plant is really small, and usually you just cut the top part of it, but the deep, it's really deep one. And yesterday I want to present you how deep it is, so I tried to dig one. It took about half an hour. Up. I reached about 1 meter length, and finally, unaccidentally, I cut it. And I'm happy about that because I don't know how long I would need to dig more. And how the way they survive? This is the story. A few years ago, I tried to search the ways how to get rid of them, and Google offer more than 300,000 of solutions, but actually none of them effective, because all the energy they send to their roots, and they can't always revive back from their root. So where else is strength? Where else come resilience of separate species? So the resilience can be in the community, in relations between separate individuals of the same species. For example, ants, bees, it's such called superorganisms. Like biomass of ants, it's higher than the biomass of humans, despite they are so tiny, but they're so effective. There you can see excavation field of one ant colony, and they can live more than 10 millions of individuals. That means it's like a huge city, bigger than London, and somehow they manage to survive and to solve all their problems they're facing. So what I like about social insects, so whatever topic you will take, you can see what kind of solution they took many thousand years ago, and maybe we can get some inspirations. The next level, how people adaptive, how they adapt to disturbances, is cooperation between different separate species. So the example can be lichens. They can live in very hostile conditions in the north, whereas below zero, temperatures drop below zero almost every night. And how they achieve that? There are actually few species, they grow inter one to each other. That means the fungi form kind of like a house, and the algae inside, they produce all the carbohydrates, like the food for the fungi and themselves. Mycorrhiza as well is that same. It's when trees, plants, the same weeds and fungi, they form very intimate relationship, which makes them really kind of superpower organisms. And the fourth level is the resilience of the ecosystem. An ecosystem, it's so complex that I don't know. It's astonishing. It's difficult to fit to our minds how many different organisms and different relations, different reactions there are within. And what makes the ecosystem resilient is in general the diversity of the species, the diversity of superpowers the species possess, the diversity of social interactions, social relations within the species, and the strength and diversity of relations between separate species. And we are actually just a part of the ecosystem. There are more cells of microflora organisms than cells of our own in our own body. That means we are not able to be resilient if the ecosystem around us is not resilient. So the only way to stay resilient is to have contact and keep the ecosystem, the surrounding around you, healthy and resilient. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, social entrepreneurs, social innovators, that was really, really interesting presentation indeed. My name is Jurgita, and I and Ayman will be your hosts for today. Let me tell a few words why we are here. We are here to celebrate togetherness, empathy, and entrepreneurship, of course. It's already fourth year that we are doing this in Lithuania with a conference dedicated on the specific topic. And this year, we will talk about resilience in very different forms and shapes. But maybe first, we can explore and define what social entrepreneurship is. And then turning to this question to Ayman, who is a social entrepreneur, a founder, serial social entrepreneur, working in different countries. Maybe you can tell us a few words to define social entrepreneurship.
Thank you, Jurgita. It's such a pleasure to be here again for another year in this special international week to celebrate entrepreneurship and social entrepreneurship. Social entrepreneurship is a mindset that allows us to create value and do business at the same time, which is something I do believe that is necessary for all the world at this specific time. Today, we are gathered to reflect, think, listen, and learn from experts who will be speaking about a topic that is tightly connected to social entrepreneurship, which is resilience. Makes it really interesting for this year. We have a line of experts who deal with the topic of entrepreneurship and resilience on daily basis. And it happens that I have an expert sitting next to me, Jurgita Rybinskaite, who has been working for years with projects and international projects with the EU and outside the EU also, and established the Gere Nore Foundation, which is part of the Active Citizen Fund Consortium. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about this.
Yes, indeed. I really want to acknowledge circumstances in which this day could happen. I will read it because I'm afraid to miss a very correct word.
Okay.
So, first of all, thanks to the European Economic Area and Norway grants. Norway grants are contributing to Equal Europe, both socially and economically. And they aim to strengthen the relationship between Iceland, Liechtenstein, and Norway, and the 15 participating countries. I hope that many people that watching this conference already got the benefits from this program. Norway grants Active Citizens Funds are about human rights, freedom, human dignity, equality, democracy, and rule of law. Those are the main values that are bedrocks of our society, and we're all responsible to protect them. This conference is organized in partnership with Polish, Latvian, and Estonian Active Citizens Funds, and I would like to shout out to my colleagues Anna from Poland. Hello. Cześć, Iva from Latvia, and Katrin from Estonia. Thank you for your cooperation. And also a big thanks for Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania. We started this tradition together, and it's really a big pleasure to continue. And it's nice to be here in Betono Fabrikas, a new innovative place of Vilnius. Ayman, what is resilience for you?
Okay, this is such a term, such a word, and I've been reading a book about the topic of resilience, and it narrows it down into 2 points, which I really like. Resilience is about accepting the reality around us and the ability to maneuver the reality and how we can improvise around it in order to keep life happening. Such a deep concept, but what will make it really interesting is today we're going to listen about resilience from a personal perspective, from an organizational perspective. We're going to have a discussion about this topic. So I'm quite excited. I know there is a couple of things to learn about today. But my question to you is, why this topic this year?
You know, last year we had a topic about pandemic, and I remember we thought that this is the biggest challenge. We have to solve it now, and today we know that it's far from that. Our society experiencing one of the most difficult times of our generation and maybe more generation than us. We are very polarized, we are very insecure, and when we talk about different changes that we have to still implement in our societies, sometimes we forget resilience, right? So we dedicate this topic to resilience also because I believe, and I think many people can maybe agree with me, that social entrepreneurship is also a form of resilience, right? If supporting right, if investing right, it can help society to be more resilient. So that's the main reason behind.
Well, sounds exciting. As every year, our program is divided into 2 sessions, the morning and the afternoon session. Every session will have 3 speakers talking about different topics, reflecting on the topic and the theme of this year. And then it will be followed by a discussion, a panel of experts and a moderator diving in a specific topic. At the end of the first phase or the first part of our day, we will be having a half an hour of a break, and then we continue with the second part. I am excited for you to be introducing our first speaker.
Yeah, I'm very excited too. It's Nelly Young from Estonia. Nelly is CEO and founder of the Minute of Stillness, a social enterprise that teach practical skills for better deal with stress, emotions, and different psychological issues, such as focusing in Estonian schools. She developed evidence-based program, and now their organization is strategic partner to Estonian Ministry of Education and Research. How cool is that?
Yeah, I'm looking forward.
Welcome, Nelly.
If you think about the difficult times we have had in recent years, does dealing with those difficulties depend more on the outside circumstances or on the processes inside of us? You might say it's both. Well, how about resilience then? What about the psychological strength to cope with the stress and hardship? With the resilience, it's clear that it depends on the inside, our ability and skills to manage our emotions, stress, thoughts, focus. And enhancing those practical skills is exactly the mission that we are contributing to, me and my team in Minutes of Stillness. Minutes of Stillness is a non-governmental organization in Estonia. It was created 8 years ago, And our mission is to teach practical and evidence-based skills to better deal with stress, emotions, and issues of focusing. And it's based on mindfulness, which is basically the art of directing one's attention. I remember clearly how 8 years ago I was working in the University of Tartu, and my job was to inspire schools and teachers on the subject of values, values education, how to make conscious choices based on values. And I started to hear more and more about the problematics of mental health. And actually, I realized that all this talking about values and conscious choices, it remains just empty words if it's not cared for, like the psychological well-being of children. It has to be cared for. And I realized that this is actually the subject that needs my attention and my contribution. Because the teachers, it was left to the teachers, but they cannot just magically do it. They need practical skills. They need the practical tools. And just to give you a glimpse of the statistics in Estonia, so that you can get an idea. It's every third child in Estonia had a long depressive episode during the latest 12 months. It means more than 2 weeks of not being able to do normal everyday activities, feeling so low, feeling so depressed. And in some age groups it's even worse. More than half of 15-year-old girls have had this depressive episode. And every fifth of 13 to 15-year-olds has thought about suicide within the last 1 year. So 8 years ago, a lot of people were pointing at this, but this was just left to teachers. But as I said, teachers need practical tools. And actually, I was not the only one who realized this. There were other experts around Estonia who realized, based on their experience and research, that this problem of mental health can be cured with short exercises of mindfulness and mindfulness skills. And we chose the road of cooperation. Actually, it was not easy at the start, but maybe you know the old African saying that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And we chose FAR. And we have developed a thorough and effective program, which nevertheless is really simple for the teacher to start using. At the beginning, one can just use short mindfulness exercises during the lessons of math, biology, languages, whatever, and children can focus better after those exercises that take only a few minutes. And they also learn how to direct their attention purposefully, and they learn about the processes inside of them. So how to manage emotions and so on. They also learn how to rest effectively and how to take care of their stress levels. And as the teachers can use those exercises regularly, it creates a habit. And we could never teach all the students ourselves. So we can scale up when we teach the teachers. Currently, we have 15 plus 41 trainers, so around about 50 altogether. And they are fulfilling this mission of ours and teach those practical and evidence-based skills. But our larger goal is that those practical skills to support one's psychological well-being should be widely used in the society, so that everyone can be more caring for themselves and others. And although education is the most effective way to bring about change in the society, still our actions have a wider scope. So we don't teach only teachers, we teach also parents who can support mental health in family. We teach healthcare professionals who can support their patients, and entrepreneurs, leaders, everyone who has a high stress level. Do you know anyone who has high stress level? I do. So how many have we reached? More than 15,000 people have taken part in the different trainings of Minutes of Stillness. More than 6,000 teachers have taken part in the longer courses that are around 2 months and have several different supportive elements. And through them, around 75,000 children have experienced this method. And in the field of education, we have spread quite widely across Estonia. If you look at those colored markers that represent our different trainings in schools and kindergartens. And if we look at the numbers, then I'm quite proud to say that with those longer courses, we have reached about a quarter of Estonian schools and 100 kindergartens. And we have a systematic long-term program of shaping practical skills and habits and organizational culture. We have it about 2 years, and it's used in 12 educational institutes. We are also really proud that we have an evidence-based program, and the most thorough research was conducted by the University of Tartu. It's quite rigorous with an active control group and random sampling. It was also quite a challenge for our team in terms of communication and also financially. And most interesting part of this research is objective measuring instrument. Children really gave blood samples which were analyzed, the stress levels were analyzed in cooperation with University of Uppsala. So what were the effects on stress levels? Well, the measurings were done in autumn from September to November. And what do you think happens to stress levels from September to November usually? Yeah, they rise significantly, as we know from our own experience. And they did so in the control group. But at the same time, in the classes where minutes of stillness was used, the stress levels actually decreased. And you can take a moment to think about this result. Because what areas of life does high stress actually affect? Does it, for example, disturb learning, focusing? Yeah, many people even say that stress is the main enemy of studying. Also, it can affect relationships. It definitely reduces well-being and happiness. And physiological stress, it may also affect physical health, falling ill and the ability to recover. Now, the second outcome, there was less exhaustion and fatigue in those classes among the students who did the mindfulness exercises every day, compared to the control group. And this is actually really intriguing because the control group had the same amount of time for just resting, without their smartphones, just resting, feeling at ease, maybe listening to some short stories, but nevertheless, their exhaustion levels rose. And it remained significantly higher even 4 months after the program ended. This is an important result also for the mental health prevention, because it's exhaustion that usually precedes other problems like severe burnout, depression, and others. And if the fatigue levels stay high, then the other serious problems may follow, but we can prevent that. And the third outcome is actually also about mental health, and there were less symptoms of anxiety and panic attacks in those schools where the exercises were done a bit longer. It was actually only 2 minutes longer, so we could say that every minute counts. As with adding only 2 minutes, we already observed considerably lower levels of anxiety. So these were the results of children, but also the teachers were measured with questionnaires. And as you look at the results, I want to highlight the second one, which was most important for teachers themselves. As they noticed, they managed their emotions better, also in the stressful and tense situations, and improved attentiveness, which is a mindfulness scale, and this is correlated highly with psychological well-being and anxiety and depression. So I would interpret this result as a result of the mental health of the teachers. And to sum up, here are a few words about our financial model as well. Minutes of Stillness is a non-profit organization. We are strongly motivated by our mission. Nevertheless, we earn income from selling our courses and teaching self-management skills to schools, kindergartens, but also everyone, whoever wants to better manage their stress, emotions, attention. And for the last 4 years, we have been a strategic partner to the Ministry of Education and Research in Estonia. And this is really important, like financial stability for us and for the research. But nevertheless, we need further funding and, for example, projects of different size and shape. Last but not least, sponsors are of exceptional importance to us. There are entrepreneurs who really care and who want to contribute to the solution of mental health crisis among our youth. So, stress, exhaustion, and anxiety, they are really widespread, and it's essential to prevent more serious health problems. Prevention is actually also cheaper for the state. It's much more cost-effective to prevent the problems rather than to deal with the consequences. Our systematic program in schools and kindergartens is based on the research that I introduced today. And it allows prevention of mental health problems by teaching self-management skills. We raise donations to support kindergartens and schools who are willing and motivated to promote mental health skills with our evidence-based program, which reduces stress, anxiety, and exhaustion. And it all comes down to minutes. Every minute counts. Every minute of effective resting and stress management has a positive effect. So minutes do matter. Minutes of stillness matter. Actually, more than stillness, it's awareness that matters. Awareness enables choice, so that you can choose your response rather than just react. And this fosters resilience. So I really encourage you to pay attention to minutes. Use them wisely and find ways to really use them for your own well-being too. Thank you.
Thank you, Nelly. That was really inspiring. Amazing work that you're doing. And it's a representation of both social entrepreneurship and resilience. I wonder, how can we take this impactful movement, organization, and scale it? How can we take it beyond?
Yeah, thank you. And I also see it like really important that these skills should be taught to children like all over, to everyone, not just in Estonia, also in other countries. And it's, for me, like an important suggestion here would be to talk about it. It's about communication at first. So if to start with this kind of program, it's important to communicate it in a neutral language, so that it's really understood as a universal skill. Because we all need those skills, you know, to cope with stress and emotions and stuff. But sometimes it's thought that maybe it's something strange, maybe it's only for some people, maybe it's something alternative. So really to speak it in a neutral, universal way, that these are skills that everyone needs, and this opens up possibilities for cooperation with governmental organizations and so. So I would say this is one of the suggestions.
The way that you presented the program that is validated or being validated and is in a it's easy to implement. It's simple. Yet I find it always hard to think or imagine for students to do such exercise. Why do you think maybe it's hard for teachers or for students? What are the challenges for them in order to implement such mechanism within their studies?
Yeah, it might be not like usual at first because we are not really used to being with ourselves and looking inside. We are so much focused on the outside stuff all the time and we are trained to do that. So it might at first be challenging, like to really look inside yourself. But actually, it has not been really so much challenging for the teachers to start using it because they realize that it's so much needed and they realize how the children can focus better afterwards. So if they use a few minutes, to help the children with their stress levels, then they can do the learning better afterwards. So I think it's, you just have to start and maybe the first 5 times are like a little like, okay, we have to get used to it. And then it's already that the children are asking for it. Like, we need this time for ourselves.
Sounds great. If one of the educators, teachers now is listening to us, how can they implement this program? Where can they read more about it?
Yeah, short mindfulness exercises are out there, it's not so difficult to find them. So, but I would suggest that one starts with herself or himself. So it's really much more easier to do it with children if you like get used to it yourself and develop those skills. And that's why in our program it's also like foundation, the mental health of the teachers themselves and the skills of the teachers, because you need to have it in order to help the children.
I see. So benefit is being shared across all the education sector. The teachers, the students are scoring higher, living a better life, and also for teacher. Maybe just one last question. Do you have like a case or like an example you can share with us, a story of a student that goes to your head when you saw this happening on the ground?
Yeah, I remember, of course, there are many, but I remember one teenage boy who at the first was like, it was always interrupting and not really doing this, but it's always voluntary. You don't have to do it, you just can rest if you don't want to. But then when he finally did the exercise with the others, then he said that, it's the first time when screaming in my head stopped. So it's like, wow, it can be silent.
Wow. Amazing work. Good luck. Wish you all the best. And from here, as we talked about resilience on a personal level, now it would be interesting to learn how does resilience on an organizational level would look like. Allow me to welcome our second speaker for today, Natalia Strata from Poland. She's a sociologist, a trainer, a facilitator, and a human rights activist and anti-burnout activist. She's the founder of Women's Room Foundation, and she will be speaking about the topic of resilience within organization. Welcome, Natalia.
Hi and hello and good morning and good afternoon to whomever and wherever you are watching us. My name is Natalia Sarata and I will tell you a story of how my way to resilience and our way as an organization can maybe be an inspiration to other organizations and movements. It is a story how a Women's Room Foundation transformed into a Regeneration Foundation. That is my affiliation for now. What you can see on the picture is the view from Pieniny Mountains on the south of Poland to Tatra Mountains, also in the south of Poland. And I'm showing you the picture because this is the place I was born and raised, and where I spent the first 19 years of my life. This is where I realized that what the common good is and what an activist and volunteering work is in my family town of Stawnica. And also, this is where I realized that the nature has its cycles, and that apart from blossoming time and giving fruits time in the summer, there's also autumn and winter that is a very difficult time and a very challenging time in wintry areas. Speaking simply about lower temperatures and all the life going underneath to blossom again next year. From here, being in my 20s, I transferred up north, still in the south of Poland, to Krakow. Krakow is a very traditional city, historic city in the south of Poland. It's a former capital of Poland. This is where I spent the half of my life. Building myself as a person, as a human being, building on what I got from my roots in the mountains, and this is where I met friends and sisters and collaborators, and we established a Women's Room Foundation. The aim of the foundation was, past tense, was to revive the history and remembrance of women living in Krakow in 19th century, in the beginning of 20th century, and their fight for political rights and the right to vote. We try to remember and make it known again, their history, and make history of Krakow also her story and heritage of Krakow. This is where Women's Room Foundation started working. This is where in 2007 we created, me and my co-workers and friends, the organization, and for some time it was our place and my place to be in the world and our work to be done. We tried to show the roots and we toured the tours around Krakow in the footsteps of Krakow's suffragists, working under difficult conditions. There was no country of Poland. Poland was, as a country, partitioned into 3 other countries. So they worked, my ancestors in the women's movement, they worked very hard to regain or to gain political rights and citizenship, and also to study, the right to study at the Jagiellonian University. And they also fought for me here speaking to you publicly today with no accompanying man companion being next to me. So they fought for my autonomy and also for the freedom to associate that we used very much in terms of how Women's Room was created. We were quite successful. We were rewarded as an organization. We were rewarded for a new approach, an inspiration for the community, but also for our enthusiasm in introducing this perspective into the old walls of Krakow. But then something difficult started to happen because we started feeling helpless and drained, and our enthusiasm mixed with frustration and then was replaced with stagnation and burnout. So we were trying to find new ways or find some way of how to resolve the issue of us having difficulty to being enthusiastic again after several years of work. And some of us chose to stay in the organization for some time, and I decided to, because I come from the mountains, this is my strong identity. I decided to look for an answer in another mountains. This is not Polish mountains, this is Pyrenees in Catalonia in Spain. I went there to a very friendly community to search for answers, what's going on with me and with us in the organization, as we were having more and more cynical attitude. We were more less empathetic towards people we were working with, and we lost hope and sense of why the organization was established and why our calling, our mission was necessary and important. So I get some answers that I brought to organization, and it made us look for another ways to see what other ways and what other possibilities are there. And you may be surprised, but we decided in dialogue and communication that we will close down the organization. It felt a bit dramatic because after 12 or 13 years of being active, it was very difficult to close the organization down, and nobody does it. We didn't have any inspirations from other organizations, as there is this strong necessity to keep the organization going, not to show that it's the end, that we do not have more of a passion, or we do not have this energy among us to cooperate for our common purpose. So it may be surprising because then it felt a bit dramatic, closing down the organization, and what is going to happen with our heritage? Would it be forgotten, like the heritage of the ancestors that came before us? But for today, I believe that closing down the organization was one of the most important choices me, myself, and we as a team made, splitting our ways, parting our ways, and starting new adventures in social entrepreneurship. It went, it is for the best. And this is the moment I need to it was the moment where I needed to remind myself about the cycles in nature, where winter is a part of the activity cycle. And this is what we need to remind ourselves in organizations and social movements, that the winter and wintering time is needed and necessary, because we cannot be active all the time. This is not what resilience is about. The resilience is about bouncing back and forward and being flexible, having times of difficulty and going underneath and going wintering, and then coming back to blossom with new powers, new energy, new enthusiasm, sometimes building on the heritage of what happened before. So this is the strong recommendation for you if you do not know the book of Catherine May, which is called Wintering, The Power of Rest and Retreat in Difficult Times. I believe that it can be a beautiful story for organizations and groups to reconnect to the nature of the group process, to the nature of how conversations about the social change can look like. And as my colleague Carolina Hammer, the Paralympics medalist in swimming, reminds me from time to time, the rest is also the part of the training. So the rest is also the part of our activity, of our activism. Even if the necessities and difficulties and challenges are there all the time, we need to rest in order to be there for the long road. And also, I believe that resting brings us back creativity and strategic thinking for the long run. This is why, after some time of a break, after some time of vacation or sabbatical or unemployment as well, I decided to come back to the social sector to be again in a cycle of creativity and work, and also resting as a part of work and part of training. And this is why the Regeneration Foundation was established. And what we propose in the organization is doing things together. It's working together, but also resting together as a part of the work, as a part of the activism. And this is a human rights organization, and our strong notion is that resting is a human right. So we need to be, and we want to be, in integrity with what we preach. We try to practice it as well. And what you can see are several teams and groups and organizations that take, for example, forest walks with us in nature to observe the cyclicity, to be in a cycle with us, to rest also as a part of work. It can be in a forest, it can be in a local park, to stay together, to be in touch with our needs, with our understandings of what's going on, to talk about resting as a burnout prevention on the organizational level, because this is not only our individual task to do, to rest. If we are burnt out, the whole organization is burnt out. And if the organization presents a burnout culture, we cannot be safe and healthy and be here for the long term. So another thing that is going on is not only resting as a process, but also building the care infrastructure, the physical spaces where we can rest together and strategize together and practice being trustful to one another again and to cooperate. We'll be creating a physical space for human rights movement in Poland and in other countries of Central and Eastern Europe in the next 3 years. So we find this space, marking the space as a space to rest and recuperate and reorganize and recharge as a very important method of coming back to being creative, innovative, and alive again. And I believe that we are living in difficult times, and a crisis are in their synchronicity. There is a chronic crisis process happening. So we may feel that we are frosted and we are wintered and we are stuck in the snow. But I believe in the long run, as the generations of activists, not only human rights activists and social entrepreneurs, were doing before us, this is on in our hands now to rest and to create the space to defrost for this ice on rivers and in the mountains to break. And sometimes in our way we can find the most interesting and amazing, surprising companies. Thank you very much.
Natalia, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We met like a month ago in Croatia for a special event for burnout activists.
Yes.
And there's even the project about that, and it's interesting because burnout topic, it's kind of hot now everywhere in business, but you talk about specifically burnout of social activists.
Yes.
Can you elaborate? Where is this specificality coming from?
We have this notion of occupational burnout that somehow applies to social activists, especially those that work in social enterprises or non-governmental organizations and civil society organizations. But in the same time, it's so much more than an occupation for many of us. So we've elaborated this and like we try to promote this notion of activist burnout, and we try to stress that this is not only and not even in majority our responsibility to take care of ourselves, but also this is the responsibility of the organizations and movements that make use of our strengths and enthusiasm and motivations to change, to take care of us as well. It's not only us taking care of the world and of the social change, but also organizations and movements taking care of people. And for me, what is very important is that this idea that resting is a human right that is totally inscribed in the International Convention of Human Rights from 1948. So it's been here for a long time. We need to remember that because we cannot create the world where there is no space for exploitation and exhaustion if we are self-exploiting ourselves and exhausting our movements and groups.
Absolutely, and why I was also very kind of enlightened by the thought that the consequences of organizations working with people are not being able to take care about themselves. One of them is cynicism, right?
Yes.
And then it's if those people who care about other people are becoming cynic and becoming burnout, then the cycle is becoming very, very not healthy.
Yeah, it replicates because
Yeah.
there's more cynicism and aggression and violence in the world. I find it very, very important. What I believe cynicism is and burnout is and exhaustion is, it's a coping mechanism. And also we got more aggressive towards one another. We stopped trusting each other because the level of empathy shrinks down to 0 or like even minus degrees because we are tired of being in constant touch with every difficulty. We also develop some kind of vicarious trauma, especially in these areas of social movements and organizations, where we deal with and we support people who are in crisis or who came from critical situations. So it does not leave us like neutral. It makes us very involved, and even if we have this notion of ourselves and this vision of ourselves as resilient and resistant and being in this armor and being in our strength, it makes difference. We got this stresses, they come and have an influence on us. So for me, taking care of ourselves and taking care of ourselves in this process of mutual aid is something that would help us being there for a long run and being here responsibly. Like being in our awareness, in our sincere connections, in our authenticity. So it would alleviate, decrease the level of violence and aggression in the world as well.
And it's great that you came up with the solutions. I really like that we're not only talking about problems, but we talk about the solutions. And of course, I don't think you can say 10 or 7 points, but just very briefly, if there's, I'm sure organizations watching us that feel a big burnout because they're dealing with such a big stress, so big problems, what would be the first step would you recommend for them to start with to become more healthy?
I'd say start talking about burnout in your group or organization, because burnout is a quite tricky process. It makes us believe that we are the only ones who are tired, exhausted, cynical. There is a lot of shame and guilt in this process, but because we should be there for other people who have it worse. So my recommendation would be to start talking about this, just to start seeing ourselves as interconnected, not isolated, even over the topic of burnout. That would be the first thing. It may be also very reviving, because I know that there is a stigma around psychological conditions and emotions in the organizations. And organizations are also programmed frequently to be active all the time and to respond, to be in reaction mode. So the alarm mode is what drains us out. I'd say that being together and try to be together not only in action but also in regeneration mode, to implement the pauses and resting times together and individually to our work would be something I would highly recommend. And also having difficult conversations about things that disturb us, about things that are some kind of difficulty and challenge. Postponing these conversations can be very difficult and destructive. So being in dialogue, even if it is a difficult dialogue, would be my recommendation.
Thank you very much, Natalia. I'm sure lots of people will take a lot of from your talk.
Thank you.
And I'm also very happy now to present our next speaker. And actually, a very logical step that we will talk about the places. Natalia also mentioned that we need to have places where we can recharge, when we communicate, when we can be with other people. And Jessica Petere from Latvia, she's an urban cultural planner and represents organization Free Riga. So they are creating those spaces in the cities, spaces where people can meet and be together. And she will tell us much more about the very important work her organization does. Welcome, Jessica, on stage.
Hi. Today we heard a lot of stories. What is resilience? How to practice it? But how we can actually practice resilience if we don't have places to go or to do that. So my name is Jessica Petere. I'm from Riga, Latvia, and I will tell you a story how emptiness can be seen as a possibility in context of resilient communities and towns. So to warm you up a little bit, here's a story about one cinema in Riga. It was built in late 60s in one neighborhood of of Riga. It worked for a couple of years, and then after collapse of Soviet regime, it stopped working, but later on some other organizations moved in and did some activities, but for several reasons they stopped doing that, and this cinema stayed empty for a couple of years. And what happened next is that this theater, it was ripped off. Yeah, this emptiness stayed there, and it could be used in a more meaningful and useful way for local community, because there's another story in the same neighborhood where cultural center was actively working, but then instead of this cultural activity, there moved in some shops, like supermarket, clothing shop, and what is funny that instead of this ripped off cinema, there will be again shop built, and to fight with this injustice and to prevent stories like this with these two cultural spaces, organizations from Europe, Denmark, Germany, Latvia, and France gathered together and created this network, which is a social transitory urbanism network, which is working together to build these empty spaces in something meaningful and useful. For example, in an empty shop, you can bring in some charity shop or places for artists to create their art, or any other NGO to have a affordable office. So these organizations, they come together and they think about ways how to turn these empty spaces to some resilient and meaningful ones. And what is more important, that these vacant spaces, it's a perfect opportunity for local communities to go in and do whatever they want and what their neighborhood needs. And like local neighborhoods, they are the ones who know the best what their community needs, and it's a way how they can take this ownership of neighborhood where they live. So, story from Riga. In year 2013, Riga was announced to be a European capital of culture, but how it comes that in this city there is not enough spaces, places, or they are too expensive for cultural actors to do and create some art. And what happened? A bunch of people gathered together and they organized some expeditions around Riga, where these people, they walked around this city and they distributed yellow stickers on the places where they would love to have some kind of activity, but they, for some reasons, they stayed empty. And here is the map. Some couple years later, it was all mapped out, and now you can see all these black dots are the empty spaces, and you can see there are a lot of them. And I don't know why slides are not changing. At least I don't see. So yeah, I will just continue without maybe visual representation, but then these people who organized these activities, they gathered together and created an organization called Free Riga. And what they did, they made these empty spaces, they brought them into more lively spaces for cultural initiatives and to neighborhoods. And maybe name Free Riga is a bit confusing, but because it's free but places are not free, they still have some rental fee just to cover the utilities and to support this organization to keep on going all this concept of temporary use. And why these spaces are affordable is that these residents who are renting out the space, they need to participate in co-creation of the space. So they have this participation work, and in their contract they have fixed several hours of this participation work, and it doesn't matter how what are you doing? Are you cleaning, managing social media, or any other stuff? And in a way that you are working together, you are creating this community inside, and everybody is happy and feeling welcomed, and they better know each other. And of course, the temporary use, as I mentioned before, that Free Riga is working with these temporary projects, and this temporality may be in various scales. Like it can start from couple of weeks to years, and now we have one project which we have for 25 years. Model how Free Riga works is at the first stage they find a place, then make an agreement with owners about contracts and terms and other important things. Then they vitalize together it with people, and the next but not the last step is they continue developing those places together with people and for people. And why this is valuable for some business owners who actually own this place is that property isn't staying empty. It's filled with creative events, initiatives, therefore attracting people. And important thing is that Free Riga holds this status of social benefit organization. Therefore, owners can have this nice discount of their property tax. And later on, these owners can continue in their own way when this contract is over, and they can develop these places in the way they want. So basically, Free Riga does this maybe dirty job with cleaning up the space, attracting people, and then owners, they can do whatever they want. Yeah, and the Free Riga started with maybe some strange guys going to some shady places, opening them up, attracting maybe weird people, but it grew up in a professional team while they engaged with similar organizations, participated in projects and networks. Now Free Riga is seen as a example. It's constantly asked to participate in different meetings, and Riga City Council is showing that as a good example, how we can manage these spaces and how can we give them to neighborhoods. Yeah, and now I want to tell you, I don't know if you see the slides, but now I want to tell about practical examples, how these temporalities can make communities resilient. So first example would be a free shop, a place where people can go and exchange with stuff. And nice thing is that many generations and the social groups intertwine then there, and everything is based on the principle of exchange. So money is not involved, if only it's a donation, so to help support this initiative. And during COVID-19 pandemics, this free shop, this place where activity happened, it was a crucial place for those who lost their jobs just to go and to support and to simply survive, to have these clothes or stuff for their house. And another good thing is that those who had enough of the stuff, they could participate in a way that they are giving these good things into this free shop, and in a way they're having this exchange of energy, exchange of stuff, and everybody in a way is feeling happy and supported, and those who are giving these things, they are participating, they're doing a good job, and in a way it's helping them to maybe overcome this pandemic or any other crisis. The next most, I would say, tragic thing happened. It's Russia's invasion in Ukraine, and what Free Riga with other communities did together, they they organized several events, and these events they helped people not only in Ukraine and the refugees here in Latvia, but also for local people to not get lost or not to get like in all this panic wave. So first activity was one of the first activities was this bicycle donation spots plus bicycle repair workshops where people just donated all kinds of bicycles, and then they get repaired and then given to Ukrainian people just to get around the city in a more comfortable way. Then charity concert Punks with Ukraine. This place, which you can see now, is a hotspot for punk community in Latvia, in Riga, and they organize these charity events, and yeah, they had this place to do that. Therefore, they kind of helped to survive this tragedy. Camouflage making nets, again, another nice activity what you can do, just to it's a relaxing way how to manage this crazy situation. And here is the story about one couple. They started making these nets early in April when this activity started, and they are still doing that, and now they are not even like making these nets, but they are part of a team, and they are actually organizing and coordinating this whole process. Now I will show some pop-up super short-term examples in not only in Riga but in different countries and places. Here, empty building opened in the city center. Another example of pop-up space in other city in Latvia, in Sarkandaugava neighborhood, Riga. And the main message and what I wanted to deliver to you today about resilient communities in towns is that sometimes you only need space for activities to start happening. And maybe at the beginning you see that I don't have space or I don't have enough money to do that. But at least in Riga, if you look around, there are plenty of these spaces. And if you go there, you can start making this activity. And in this way, you attract other people around. And it's super important for neighborhoods to, in a way, show them that they have this ownership of the neighborhood, the place they live, and how to boost it, and how together they can make these neighborhoods be better, more interesting, and actually have a place for culture to happen. Because as I showed previously, in lots of neighborhoods there is a huge lack of these publicly available spaces for people to gather around to do some art or creative stuff. So yeah, we need more spaces for society that it not only consume this culture, but also they can create and co-create in a way and shape these neighborhoods. And also by doing that and participating and going in, they help to overcome maybe some crisis and tough time. Thank you.
Amazing work, beautiful initiative. I wanna start with the last thing that you've said. We need more spaces. Do we need more spaces, or we need more leaders in order to achieve such model of resilience within community? What do you think with your experience about this?
Of course, there should be one, maybe or two persons who just comes in and gather these people around. But if you actually don't have a place to go, then these leaders, they can do, in my opinion, whatever they want. Of course, you can go to park, but you cannot install maybe a office for non-profit organization in the park. So temporary use or these empty spaces is an excellent opportunity for these local people or for also leaders, just maybe to go around the neighborhood, see what you have, what kind of empty spaces. Sometimes it's enough with only small room when you go and you have one spot where you go, and that's sometimes enough. You gather people around. If you understand that you need more space, then you start looking around more, and so
Well, I'm sure one of our listeners have been inspired by this success, by this model. How can they take it further? What can they do? Can they learn maybe a bit about this work or how to achieve it? Maybe you can share a source of information or some experience how to do it.
So what I can suggest is to check this social temporary urbanism network. It's staneurope.com. You can go check out this webpage and to see what kind of projects in other cities are happening, because maybe Free Riga is one option with maybe some in the buildings, but there are projects in parks and maybe more publicly available examples. But what I wanted to suggest is just to start looking around what is actually happening. Maybe there are some buildings or some places where something is happening only once or twice a week. If you go there, you can maybe somehow split the time or yeah, go there and cooperate somehow in a way. But I would suggest to go and see around what you already have, and then try to go through this Free Riga model. When you then take contact of the owners, then try to make this contract, and then step by step create this place.
I love how you've presented in an organic way. I would love to see such model being implemented on a governmental level maybe someday. Do you see this happening maybe?
Yeah, well, previously all these projects, they were developed in this privately owned properties, but now actually there is this in Riga we have one marketplace which was semi-empty for several years. Some kind of activities happen there, some maybe small spots where you can buy something, but in general it's empty. And since it's state-owned, the Riga municipality constantly maybe in a way asked Free Riga, maybe you can guys do that, maybe you can go and do something there, but in a way it was a bit too risky to take all the risk because the building is not in a good shape, and a lot of these investments should be done to make it actually happen. But now there is actually a plan where this marketplace will be developed, and now people who are working with this urban cultural planning concept, they are trying to understand how to involve local peoples to make this place more comfortable and more appropriate for local people to go there and enjoy, not to go to buy something there, but it could be like a complex place where different kinds of activities can happen. So I would say that it's actually happening slowly, but it's happening. Yeah.
Maybe one last question: how do you see this connected between social entrepreneurship and resilience? What would be the underlying one sentence or one statement that you see connecting such this model with these two themes?
I would say that it's a place where to do that, and for usually these places are created in a way that people are feeling safe and welcomed there. And I think everything which is connected with social, it takes a lot of empathy, and yeah, I think that only strong people can actually work with the social problems and social topics. So they have to go to these places, and they have to go somewhere, and they won't go to place where they are not feeling welcomed, and if they don't feel safe there, they won't go there.
This connects to the conversation that we were having just for the previous session. Thank you, Jessica. That was really great work. Please keep it on. And with that, allow me to welcome our next speaker and moderator, who will be opening a discussion, which is the last part of our first session or morning session. The discussion is about how can we support and scale social entrepreneurship solutions that supports resilience. Our moderator for the session is Simona Overa Veite. She works with the social enterprise ecosystem development and has a master's degree in social entrepreneurship from Denmark. She works to apply her knowledge in order to help sustainable and socially responsible business to grow in Lithuania. And she have created her own sustainable fashion brand and developing pilot projects for the first social impact fund bond in Lithuania. Looking forward.
Good morning, everyone, and also good morning to the panelists of today. And I'm very excited to have these great ladies with me today. So I have Tove Nordstrom, sorry for the pronunciation if it's wrong, Director of Social Entrepreneurship Forum in Sweden. Then we also have Justina Lukaševičiūtė from Lithuania, Ministry of Social Security and Labor, where she's the advisor. And also we have Dace Akule, from board member and consultant from Latvia. So welcome to Lithuania, and I'm very excited to have you today. And I would like to start with just like a general view of social entrepreneurship and how social enterprises function in each of our countries, right? So let's start with you, Justina. How would you describe the current situation of social entrepreneurship in Lithuania?
Probably if I'll have to describe it in one word, Simona, I would say that in the process of growing and understanding what it is at the first time, it's I would have to face it that that's not very different from other countries in Europe, that quite often we just do not identify it ourselves as a social enterprise. We would do the work and then just say, whatever it is, I'm just doing what I'm doing. But at the same time, we face then the challenges of, so where should I look for support? Where should I look for help, and what should be my partners? What's the environment I'm acting in? Because of misidentification or just trying to understand who I am at the moment, we face these problems. And then on the good side, I'm very excited that in the Lithuanian case, we're actually growing and starting to look up and starting to build more and more tools to help each other and to understand and to move forward quite fast from idea that I'm just doing whatever I'm doing to idea that maybe I should put myself in one of the boxes, or maybe I could be more than just social enterprise. Maybe I'm quite a full bucket list of things that I could be, and I just need to identify it and then classify my personal activities as an organization.
And you said with the identification that there's kind of a problem. Is it a problem from the side of the social enterprises, or is it a problem from more the political level, right? Because we have this big discussion in Lithuania that we don't have the social business status, right? So is it concerning that, or is it more with the social enterprises themselves?
Well, probably it's a simpler question to what was first, the chicken or the egg, because we would have from both sides. From one side, when we looked from the state position, we would say, okay, so what is social enterprise? Well, how many organizations we have in this title? What do they do? What their legal specificalities they would need in the Lithuanian environment? And then we come to other problem of organizations who also say, okay, so I'm thinking I'm a social enterprise, but maybe not. So I say that this problem composed from both sides. From the state position or legal legislation part, we have problem of trying to scope it and somehow measure it, how to build this thing, and that we cannot move forward until we have these measurements, as rather we would probably do more harm trying to set this in a law or in any legislation part. Without environment setting as the scope, so what they are and what do they need to do. And then we look to the environment, and environment says, okay, not all of us understand that we are social enterprise. And also this there's this communicational problem of quite often we see organizations who would say, I do good things. I don't want to be identified as business because business is bad, business about the profit and things that does not go along with me. I just want to do good. And that is something that we need to outgrow. Because probably that's one of the things that we just got from the history and from the stereotypical idea what is business, what is entrepreneur, what is the generally profit sector. And so there's additional challenge. So when we move from that, or at least in the process of trying to understand that everything is okay with the profit, and I can be enterprise, and at the same time I can do good and take care, put more attention, more my personal probably or as an organizational attitude into the benefit and the measurements I can do for the society, for the world, or just in my area community, than just the profit. So chicken or the egg, probably both at the same time, and bit by bit we'll come to conclusion when we'll just come to agreement. But it will be a long term. I don't have this dream of that it will happen overnight. We actually have to talk. We have to set on, measure, understand ourselves in the sector and in the legislation part.
So you work for the Ministry of Social Security and Labor. So what is the ministry's role in fostering social entrepreneurship in Lithuania?
Okay, so probably, as I just mentioned, that we have identification problems. Probably, as most of the Europeans say, we have skills challenges. There's a gap of the skills that we need. And as a ministry, together with Social Security Fund Agency, we say that we see ourselves as main role working with gaining competence working, identifying and building the sector, helping organizations to identify themselves and put in one or few boxes saying which one of those going just like NGOs, which one will go and will be social enterprises. Some of them might be in both cases, some of them will be working more with the innovations and the others with services. So we try to pull out that in one pool and try to actually give them tools and support so they could actually find their position, identify, and then move in that side, or if they need a wider position, but then knowing what the tools and what support they can get from the state and from the agencies.
Do you have any insight how does those tools help? So does the social enterprises then think, oh, I'm actually maybe more NGO, or do they lean more towards the business side?
I couldn't say that we have hard tools at the moment, the data that I would say that it's definitely going one or the other way. But we do see the view that more organizations would come to idea that I might be more than just an NGO, or I could be both of the things, and it's okay. I don't have to choose to be only NGO or to be only social enterprise. And most importantly, I feel that we are going in a positive direction of understanding that there's nothing wrong with being enterprise or thinking about the profit and thinking as a business rather than just as a good deed organization.
All right, thank you. And now I would like to move a little bit from Lithuania to Latvia, right? We like to compare each other quite a lot. So I'd like to ask you that. So what is the current situation in Latvia? How would you describe the ecosystem for social entrepreneurship?
Well, in Latvia's case, it's quite different from Lithuania in the sense that we have a status defined by law, what actually social enterprise means, and also what rights and what duties that enterprise has. And that law came into effect in April 2018. So we have 4.5 years of seeing how this law works and how many enterprises have managed to get that status, how they have begun their operations and what they struggle with. And we will probably focus on later in that question about the challenges that the social enterprises are now facing. But we know what time we have just gone through and what huge, no word to describe, situation we have in Ukraine right now. So these enterprises also are affected by that situation. But in the general picture, I would say that as conventional businesses, there is data that most of them, 80% of them, don't survive the first 3 years. Good ideas don't end up in actually living longer than that. So if you look at the Latvian social enterprise law and the 4.5 years, this is a very, very crucial time for social enterprises in Latvia right now. For many, it's a question of survival. For some, it's already end of the day. And it's a big, big challenge also with regard to the next years, as there's this EU-funded grant for social enterprises that will face a gap of maybe 1 or 2 years. So there will be that funding gap on top of all the other challenges. So it's a really, really decisive moment, I would say, for the ecosystem. And with regard to what colleagues said on the profits, the Latvian law actually says that the social enterprise cannot have profits, or the profits cannot be taken out as dividends. They have to be put back in the company
100%.
for the public good. So from my perspective, that's going back to the content that colleagues were touching on in the previous presentations and conversations. That's an element of a unbalanced heading towards burnout solution for social enterprises. Because as a board member of some of these consultative boards for social enterprises, I hear that a lot from these people, that they are struggling with the same kind of things like you said. They want to do good, but at the same time, they do need to make ends meet and sustain themselves and their families and their teams. And in many crises, they're also very responsible to their teams. Like the conventional companies were laying off, firing teams en masses in COVID time. Many of these social enterprises didn't do it. They know what it means for them to let go a person who's a special target group, who needs extra help to be able to actually work. So I think when you have all these additional duties for these social enterprises, entrepreneurs, it's if you take away the cushion that they could take out at least a little bit of that profit to take good care of themselves, you know, I think it's a thing that should be fixed in the legislation, and the countries that don't have this legislation yet, I think it actually gives you some benefit. You know, you can maybe take better good care of yourself or your companies.
That's very interesting, and we definitely will circle back to that, the issues related with the social business status. But before that, I also just wanted to ask, what are the newest initiatives in Latvia, despite the status that was there 4.5 years ago?
Well, as I mentioned, this grant competition, which was a really big, let's say, boost for many social enterprise ideas to actually be tested, piloted, and also expanded in the case of some NGOs who had started to work in these things and then got the status of the enterprise and then could get the grant and work with that. So that phasing out, obviously the Social Enterprise Association, all the other, let's say, people who are really like in the ministry that's responsible for the sector in Latvia, they are trying to look for new ways to help also in that gap time and also help the new ones that are now being established. One thing is these smaller grant schemes or pitching competitions that the municipalities are organizing together with commercial banks. And another bigger thing is something called socially responsible public procurement, which means that municipalities and state institutions are urged to look for services and products that they can buy from companies that are social enterprises, where there would be competitions that are solely made for them, or that they choose applicants, give better points in evaluation for applicants who include social enterprises as cooperation partners. Like, for example, a municipality wants to build roads, and the company that comes together with a social enterprise that employs people who used to be in a prison, who need to be reintegrated into work and life after prison time, that gets more points than the others. So this is a big thing, and a lot of work has been done to put together the criteria, to work with the municipalities, also state institutions, to know how this tool can be used. And that can be helpful. For example, if you look at social enterprises who have been producing food or giving catering services during COVID time, lots of troubles, right? With non-existent events and people not being able to go to cafes, etc. So why not municipality and state institution, instead of going to normal companies, why don't they go to a social enterprise that, for example, employs disabled people to bake the cakes and all the other goody things that we would want to eat, or a company that employs people who make crafts and nice design products that could be used as corporate gifts for, I don't know, some presidency events. You know, why not go there? And if it starts in the state institutions and municipalities, it can also make a big change for the whole system, not just a small company.
Is there any type of commitment plan to put on municipalities that this is the percentage they have to outsource to social enterprises?
I think that's where it's heading, but the beginning is to start testing. So it's just a new tool as we speak. It's now being tested, but for sure, why would we waste time on putting in place a tool that no one would want to use, right? So now the work has been done to work out the criteria to also train the municipalities how to how to make this call for procurement, you know, what they need to take care of, how to evaluate the applicants, etc., etc. So for sure, the municipalities will also, and the state institutions will also at some point have to face that this cannot be just a tool that they spend time on creating, and then it's just something that we can put in a nice slide for the social enterprise day that it exists, but has it been used? So for sure, And I'm sure that the people who are fighting for social enterprises will lobby for the municipalities and state institutions to actually use it.
Yeah, that's very interesting to hear, and I'm sure we will be following the news or how it's developing in Latvia. Moving on to Tove, I would like also to ask a little bit and elaborate on this new initiative that Social Entrepreneurship Forum took lately on achieving SDGs and strengthened the social entrepreneurship ecosystem in Sweden. So could you elaborate a little bit on this initiative, on the timeline, how did it start, and what will it entail in general?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to similar challenges that we've heard from Lithuania and Latvia about sort of a lack of knowledge about the sector, lack of structure, lack of a strong ecosystem, lack of funding, all sorts of issues over the years. It's a underdeveloped sector in Sweden, definitely. There's similar challenges in terms of the balance between sort of the NGO sector and the business sector, and a lot of social entrepreneurs and social enterprises sort of ending up in the middle, and they don't fit in the NGO world with funding and support, and they also don't fit in the business world with the funding, bank loans, support. And this sort of area in the middle is sort of not a no man's land, but it's there's way less support. But there's us, Social Entrepreneurship Forum, and there's a lot of other similar organizations that are sort of trying to work in this middle area. But because it's not structured and there's not a strong ecosystem, we're all sort of challenged by being small organizations trying to do a lot. We're all, we end up being competitors competing for the same sort of project funding. And we also get caught in between the bigger systems. So a lot of the work that we were doing was good, but it was smaller project. It was short-term funding. It was sort of project initiatives, and both from sort of grant money, but also from governmental agencies that were giving out money to us and to others to do initiatives like accelerator programs or support actions for social enterprises and social entrepreneurs. But we just felt that it was we were all working in silos. We were all sort of doing similar things, but not together, which was the main problem. So it was sort of, smaller initiatives that were good, but they didn't go towards a sort of a joint vision or a joint focus. So we were doing a few of these projects a few years back, and we were asked by the Swedish Innovation Agency what we wanted to do as sort of a continuation of our projects. And there were 9 organizations, so Social Entrepreneurship Forum is just one of them. And we and the other 8 basically got together and said, we don't want to just get small pots of funding to do another project. We want to do something that we can do together to actually strengthen the ecosystem and actually strengthen the support structure, rather than for us to just continue doing small projects here and there. And they accepted our sort of request. So it was initiated as a project, but we're hoping that we're trying to look at it as a bit of an anti-project. So we don't want it to just be a normal project that has a start, a bit of work and activities, you write a report, and then the project ends and there's nothing more. So we want it to be a project that is sort of start of the beginning of what comes next. So our idea is for it to actually become a long-term partnership with us, the organizations involved, but also others. It's not supposed to be a club for us. It's supposed to be a network, a organization that others can be part of, so that it actually creates a stronger support structure. So that's the sort of background to where why we
So
ended
looking
up doing.
into the timeline, when are
Mm.
you launching if it hasn't launched yet?
Yeah.
And yeah, how long this project, which is not really a project, will
Yeah.
last?
Well, we're in the middle of the project, and we have because we wanted to be a bit of an anti-project. As I said, we didn't want to just do stuff and then launch something at the end and then it dies. So we launched already last year as a sort of initiative, as a network. We launched a website where we share interviews and inspiration and reports to sort of try to be a one-stop shop for social entrepreneurship in Sweden. But we've also very recently launched a future agenda, we call it, where we've got 10 points that are sort of the key points that we see are needed for Sweden to accelerate the sector and to improve the sector. So we're doing sort of smaller launches as part of the project, but we're hoping to be able to launch as more of a set organization during next year, and which is also the end of the project. So for us to be able to continue, we need to also have launched as an organization.
Could you elaborate a little bit on those 10 steps or 10 points for the social enterprises? What does it entail?
Yeah, I mean, that also comes back to our idea of not being a project that just maps stuff or, you know, does reports. We want to actually look at what's already out there. Reports are written every year and there's always the same recommendations, but then there's no one to actually take the recommendations and do something about them. And we wanted to be different. So we are gathering reports, recommendations from different mappings, interviews that we've done, that other organizations have done, to actually look at what are the needs in Sweden. And we have similar needs that we've heard from Latvia and Lithuania. And we've tried to put them together into one sort of agenda with these points. So they're basically based on previous reports over the last few years and interviews with the people in the sector, interviews with entrepreneurs, and surveys and things like that. And we come back to the same issues all the time, which is usually funding. There's also sort of networks and partnerships. So there's various reasons. We've also tried to link our agenda to a strategy that our previous government launched in 2018 that was focused on social innovation and social entrepreneurship. And they had 5 areas that strategy focused on, which was funding, impact measurement, networks and knowledge sharing, those kind of things. So we've tried to map our agenda to those areas as well. So we've got 10 points, but 5 of them are about funding because it's a big chunk. But then we also have points about the other ones about impact measurements and setting up support structures and having a strong ecosystem. So they're a bit varied, but.
So you mentioned that the 10 points were based on the 5 areas that were identified before by the government, as far as I understand. So then do you have the policymakers' support on this, on implementing those 10 points?
So basically, our agenda is a call to our new government to actually pick this back up, because the government that set this strategy are no longer.
Okay.
So since September, we have a new government, and different to Latvia and Lithuania, we don't have a governmental sort of support for the sector. We don't have a minister with this focus. We don't even have a minister with a social economy focus. So when EU leaders in I think February or March this year met in Paris to talk about how to implement the EU's social economy action plan, Sweden were not there. So most of the countries, I think, were there. There were Sweden and maybe 2 other countries that wasn't represented. So we don't have a governmental person or even department focused on this, which makes it harder, definitely. But that's also why we try to put the 10 concrete actions together to make the new government aware of the fact that there are easy things, or not easy, but there are very clear things to do that we think could improve the sector. But we're also trying to look at using the agenda on sort of regional level, because there are regional offices and municipalities that have a stronger focus on social entrepreneurship. So we're also trying to go that way. If national government aren't as supportive, then we're trying locally as well.
Thank you, Tove. You kind of laid a good ground for our next theme, which is, we are here to discuss the resilience of social enterprises, and sometimes we need to convince policymakers why social enterprises are resilient, right? So let's discuss a little bit about the changes and tendencies, if you've noticed and seen anything during lately the crisis that we had, right, with COVID and the war in Ukraine. Have you noticed any tendencies on changes how the social enterprises adapted to the situation? Maybe let's start with you, Tove.
Yeah, I mean, I think as I was saying earlier, because social enterprises always end up somewhere sort of in the middle of NGOs and business, they also get caught in between when there's a crisis. So, for example, during COVID, the government were giving out financial support to some NGOs and some businesses, but social enterprises, if they get caught in between, they might not get that kind of support because they sort of get lost in the middle. So a lot of them have struggled, but a lot of them have also, I mean, they're very reactive, a lot of them, so they pick up on needs in society. I mean, we had in Sweden, we had maybe even a bigger crisis around the refugee crisis in 2015, when we had a lot of refugees coming to Sweden. So there were a lot of social enterprises back then, either setting up to support refugees or changing their work to help more refugees, similar with Ukraine now. So I think the main changes that they do is to be responsive and reactive to issues and crises that are happening, and to support them, because they're sort of passion and cause driven rather than financially driven.
Yeah, and would you say that social enterprises are more resilient than traditional businesses, and how, if they are?
Both yes and no. Not financially, probably, because not all of them will have a sustainable business model potentially. They might also struggle with other kinds of funding. They also, as I was saying earlier, they get caught in the middle, so they might not get the support as normal businesses do. But I would say that they're resilient in the sense that they're very they're passion driven. So, and they're driven by social issues or environmental issues, or issues and challenges in our society. So they're not necessarily driven by consumer trends or other trends that are more sort of business or industry based. They do something because of the passion, so they're in it for the long run, often, because social issues and environmental issues usually don't go away very quickly. So I think from a passion sense, they're definitely resilient, but they struggle in the more in the financial sense potentially.
Right, thank you. And what about you, Justina? Have you noticed any changes or tendencies?
As my colleague from Latvia said it, that it's obvious that in some cases they're more resilient. Firstly, because they're passion driven, and that's fact. They would think twice or triple or quarter times before laying out people, before doing anything, as rather their first focus is about people they're working or their clients, rather than the profit, and that makes them way more resilient in this way, and they will probably do, even if they will be going in a minus part, there's no benefit, there's nothing you can do now, but you're still going. And in the Lithuanian case, we have those stories when it doesn't matter when it started with pandemic, then we had a crisis on the border, then we had a crisis with the Ukraine war, and those were the ones that first come and they would not ask how, they would say, how can we help? We want to help, and what can we do to help? And from the state side, we feel very strongly that social enterprises, NGOs, citizens, civil society organizations in general, they would come first without even asking. They would come and say, what can I do? I want to be part of it. And then at the same side, then we have the problem of financing, so it's way more difficult. And also, I would probably what my colleague said, additional to what they can now say, because the challenges are similar. One more that we have is the challenges in management, because we do lack, the sector lacks management skills, as you're trying to compose the tools that you're using in one sector and the other one, and then you're in the middle, and you have to just do the juggling with all those tools and find the best solution. And then the management part, at some point, they would probably happens, it gets in the back, and then you faces the challenges of finances, of situation, and you want to help, but you're not very equipped to go fully with it. But in practice, we can definitely say that they're way more resilient and they way more active in actions, and they will firstly do to help people than they think of the situation that they're putting into, which comes a bit in a negative side where they're acting and then thinking what's happened. But in general, when we set on it's we know that this is the side where it comes to support and where we could rely on in actions, and where we should focus our support also. In the pandemic period, at the same time, we had very clear rules what to do if you're NGO and what to do if you're a business entity. And then this middle part were quite difficult. And then from our side and from our ministry side, we had a lot of consultations with those social enterprise entities. For some of them, we were not able to help, but then for the others, you are trying to, somehow maneuver that they would fit in one or the other side. And in that case, that day it was the situation when we said, okay, maybe good that we don't have legal legislation what is social enterprise, because then it would be definite that there's no way out how to maneuver in between those. When you don't have, it means that we have this a bit of freedom to look, maybe we could go to one or the other and then provide support in that case.
That's very interesting, and of course, I would like to ask the same of you, Dace. And also, now we also heard that the problem was in the crisis and is that social enterprises are somewhere in between. And since we don't have the definition, then we are a little bit lost. But you did so. Can you see also a little bit of insight there? How were they more resilient, and how that social business status helped or didn't help in the time of crisis?
I'm not sure that it helped that we had this status, and I'm not sure that what I see from the companies where I'm one of the consultative board members, and also the stories that I hear about how social enterprises have managed to live through these 3 years, that it has made such a big difference. I would say, like I said before, social enterprises, I think, are entrepreneurs who have this extra layer of responsibility. But at the end of the day, there's still a person who wants to do good, but also wants to work in a business environment. So when we look back at the COVID time, many social enterprises had to change the focus just as conventional companies had to do. For example, one of the companies that I'm working with is upcycling brand Ziele. It's a one-person upcycling designer who makes pre-loved clothes and creates new garments. So obviously she had to close the store, she had to move to online sales, like many other companies did in the sector. Another company is Swimbee, that is making tailor-made swimwear from recycled fabrics, and they switched, like many other companies, to producing face masks when COVID started, right? Another trend is that despite all the challenges, after people were so packed in their homes without being able to meet up and have meetings, etc., people are going back to willing to learn new things, spend their time in an interesting way. So many of these social enterprises, like these ones that I just mentioned, also started master classes where people could gather, make their own clothes from used garments, etc., make their own face masks, whatnot, you know. So that's one thing. Another totally different sector, food provision. Like in COVID, in the beginning, do we remember when it was all locked down and we didn't know how to get the things that we need in our fridges? And then in the beginning, one of the social enterprises I work with is Svaigi. It's an online market that brings together rural farmers and consumers in the capital. So the farmers can sell their food via online market to the consumers in the capital. So in the beginning, because they had this system in place, they had steep increase in demand because the big companies, the supermarkets, didn't have these online programs already. So if the Svaigi LV team used to have around 10 people working before COVID started, then just in the first months of COVID, it went 5 times more, 50 people working, much larger premises needed, huge increase in the number of sales that they made, the new customers that they made. But quickly after the situation changed, the big supermarkets also understood that this is what they need to do. Otherwise, no one is buying what they have in their stores. The situation went down to normal. After a couple of months, the number of customers for this social enterprise was just like when COVID started. So, and as I said already in the beginning, with catering and cafe places for social enterprises, these things were really struggling in that time. So with Svaigi, it was not the case, but even then we could really discuss whether that's a sustainable kind of, thing that we would like to see just a steep increase for a couple of months, lots of stress for the team to actually adapt, and they did. Obviously, that's a good point for them. But if that we cannot say, looking at the data, that it has brought them a new, let's say, group of niche of customers. Because as soon as the big companies could invest huge amounts of money marketing in that, of course, the people who used to go to Rimi, Maxima and whatnot, they just went to the online service for those big brands. So I would say, yes, they did adapt like normal conventional companies, but with different results. And I'm not sure that I would agree that social enterprises and social entrepreneurs are more resilient, because I think everyone is as human as we are, and with this extra layer of responsibility that social entrepreneurs have, I think they are actually more vulnerable. I was discussing this topic with one of my colleagues who was actually one of the main experts on social enterprises in Latvia. And this is the word that she used. She said they are more vulnerable, not more resilient, because of these things, that they are caring more for the team, willing to give up on their own needs in special circumstances. And that's a big red flag in some situations.
So how would you see the future of social entrepreneurship, social enterprises in Latvia, and what do they need to become more resilient?
I think after these, let's say, 4 or 5 years of test phase, things will have to calm down. I mean, the good ideas, the good teams, the good work that has to continue will continue. But for some, it will be an interesting phase when they tested things and things didn't work out. Let's say didn't work out in the long term. Maybe 1, 2, 3 years, but not more than that. But in general, I mean, despite what I've said, I'm not totally pessimistic about the sector, right? I'm just showcasing some of the challenges that are there. I think as overall, as us as a societies, we need to move. We understand that we need to move away from these egocentric approaches where we look at the businessman who's just going for the profit, which is not actually true. Right? I mean, it's a black-white picture of the world is not helpful to anyone. So we are all understanding that we are doing lots of harm to other people and the environment if we continue to work like we've done until now. So we all together will move into this more eco-centric way of working in our economies, which means that not just the businessmen, but also the teams, also the environment, all the supply chain actors, also the client is on the same level. So the client doesn't have the right to shit all over the place because you're the one who's supplying the service, where the client is the king. It's not, it shouldn't be. No one has the right to abuse anyone, even in relationships like that. And I think when we move as societies towards that goal, also the social enterprises have a totally different place there, a better place there. And maybe in that situation, social enterprises will be more resilient because they already now work in that mindset. Only the framework, the legal framework, and the way that we look at companies is a bit different and not good for them, not yet.
So looking more into the future, would you say the legal status is there to stay, or should it not be there anymore?
No, it should be there, but I think there should be some adjustments, especially with regard to some percentage of the profit that the entrepreneur should be allowed to take better care of themselves.
Thank you. And I also have the same question for you, Tove and Justina. So let's start with Justina. What can the ministry do to support resilient entrepreneurial activities in the future?
Okay, so probably what we all agree, because from what I heard today, we can identify similar challenges that we see in the sector, that we need to respond to it so we could actually build that better resilience in the future. One thing, which probably your story about the food service company showed me, identified that one thing is yes, in a specific situation, the need came into, and then the clients came into, but then the situation changed and everything gone back to. And this identifies for me that we do lack competences of management and selling ourselves. It's not that they did poor job not receiving, but there probably was something that they could do to keep the clients that came into, that they would be loyal to the new services they received, counting, thinking that, okay, maybe I don't need to come back fully to this, my previous habits, what I did and where to go. So these are one of the competences that we have to work on. Generally looking, we can say that there is a gap of competence that needed in the sector and that the sector has already. So one, and probably in my case and from my interest rate, the most important part is working with the competences, coming with firstly the management competences and management tools that needs to get in the sector so they could actually work and face the challenges they get not only in the crisis but generally with their daily activities and upscaling their activities, working, continuing what they did. The other thing is competence working with data, digital tools, as rather quite often what we saw also in COVID period, that we do use a lot of digital tools, but we are not prepped to work with that, or they are not adapted to a user. Also huge challenge coming with personal data, GDPR and everything what comes into. We quite often have it and we don't know how to work with it, how to use it properly, and how to secure that it's actually safe and sound with all the legislation, all the tools. And the third part would be going about the educational parts and relations with the greenfield with this side. So that's the competence side, one thing. The other thing, we should think more about how to help in legislation rather than, in some cases, I think the most important position from the ministry is do no harm. And if we're doing something, make sure that that won't make worse than it was. So they use that as inspiration for innovations, as rather in our country, it's the same as probably in Latvia. Innovation is the field where we can actually work. We have the tools. We just have to make sure that there is a push through in it. So our agency that we're working on, the Competence Center, which is aimed for innovation, national level and EU level, will be one of the main keys that will help not only for enterprises, NGOs that are looking for their position, whether they should move in one or the other side, but also municipalities, also institutions, to find the solution position, how to use it, how to communicate, and where to find the new partner, which is not only a business entity that might be looking more into a challenge, into a person that needs help rather than just working and providing the services. So that would be short. I could go further and further, but I know that our time is coming to an end.
Yes, thank you. And then the last question for you, Tove. So what is your vision of social entrepreneurship forum? How can you build more resilient social enterprises?
Yeah, I'll be quick. But I think our main focus is to strengthen the ecosystem, just to strengthen the actual sector for social entrepreneurship. But I also want to say that by strengthening the ecosystem, we don't want to isolate social enterprises or social entrepreneurs. The whole idea with being resilient and actually solving all of our societal issues is to not just put all of this work on social entrepreneurs. It's not up to social enterprises to fix all of our problems. It's up to all of us. So I think one of our focuses by strengthening the ecosystem also means that we have to strengthen cross-sectoral partnerships. Business sector needs to be more involved. Public sector needs to be working with social enterprises to actually fix social issues. So I think that's one of the main things to make them last, to make them not burn out, and to make them actually sufficient and long-lasting, will be to collaborate with other partners and to make sure that that's cross-sectoral so that everyone gets involved. It's not private businesses can't be doing all bad things and then social enterprises have to come and fix things. It's up to everyone to actually try to solve our social and environmental problems, and that should be done in partnerships. So that will be one of our key focuses as well, to make sure that the ecosystem allows for cross-sectoral collaborations and partnerships.
Thank you very much, and thank you for participating today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. We welcome you back with Ayman, and it's been really interesting half of the day listening to very inspiring speakers and expert discussion about social entrepreneurship and about resilience and about them together. Ayman, what was your main takeaways from this half of the day?
I really enjoyed how the beginning of it all started with the nature. And for the first time, I think of resilience as something that we can learn from school. It's something that can be taught for children. As we went through with the program, we've learned about resilience within communities and learned about examples how spaces around communities and around cities can be utilized in order to offer a better quality of life, which is the essence of social entrepreneurship. More and more to hear more angles and ways to think about resilience and how it's connected to the world of entrepreneurship on this special day. But I know that we're still in the middle, in midway. More to come.
Yeah, more to come. Very interesting presentations after the break. We will have presentation from Latvia about how to build resilient in youth. We will have presentation from Lithuania about also scientific proof of the resilience and how it can be supported in small communities. And we have very important talk from Ukraine, how or what it means to be resilient at the time of war. And we have a discussion about how to make sure that resilience is part of every change. Very deep discussion with the experts in the field. So stay tuned. Go make coffee or tea or water. Check your emails, do whatever you feel you're doing, and let's see ourselves very soon after the break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, social entrepreneurs, social innovators. Welcome back to Social Enterprise Day 2022. So we continue our day talking about social entrepreneurship and resilience and listening to very inspiring presentations and interesting talks. Ayman, what we have for the rest of the day?
Well, we still have some content. We have some speakers from around the region who will be continuing with the topic of resilience. And we're going to start with, after talking about resilience with children, with the organization, with personal, at this part, we will talk about resilience with youth and in small communities, along with special message from Ukraine. And our discussion for the second part of the day will focus on why resilience is important and how we make sure that every part is part of the change of the resilience. With that, allow me to introduce our first speaker for the second part of the day. We have a young speaker, young cool speaker from Latvia, who is Forbes 30 under 30 for social entrepreneurs and a member of the Council of Social Entrepreneurship and Association from Latvia. Gustavus Ompanis, he's the founder of All Opportunities and Go Remote, and he will be speaking about how he works with resilience towards youth.
My name is Gustav. I'm a social entrepreneur from Latvia, and I'm mainly working in a youth sphere where we are making an online platform for youth opportunities to showcase and to enable young people to utilize their full potential. But mainly I want to start by talking about like what exactly is youth. And I strongly believe that youth isn't an age group. It's much more of a moment in life where you are in an exploration. When you're not living with your parents anymore, or at least they're not dictating every single move that you make in your day-to-day life, and also when you haven't set your clear, precise path in the future, when you're still thinking about what's going to happen, how is it going to be. So it's when you're searching for your own path, but you're not on it just yet. And why do I want to say it? Because it ties directly to the resilience, because young people are the ones who are testing out things the most. So the question is youth the most resilient group of them all? And I would want to answer yes, but honestly, it's yes and no. And why? Because, well, yes, because they're practicing it the most. You know, they are the ones who have the first breakups, first job interviews, first some kind of unsuccessful relationships or problems living on their own, you know, many things that they try from the start, and that builds resilience in them because, you know, they have no other choice just to do that. And second of all, I would say no, because, well, they don't have the experience in being resilient yet. They haven't been kicked down by the merciless life yet. You know, they're still young, they're still naive, so they're going for it. So I would say that resilience is two type of things. First of all, it's ability to stand up after fall. And when it's your planned fall, you know, when you think, oh, I'm going to go in a relationship and it's going to end, that's fine. It fails, you learn, you try again, you stand up. So that's one type of resilience. The second type of resilience, which is much harder to prepare yourself for, is when something unexpected happens. For instance, when your father dies, like, you cannot be prepared for it. You need to adapt to the circumstances that you do not control, and you need to live your life. And that's much, much harder. But the good thing is that this resilience, where you need to be able to stand up after fall, which is planned, more or less, is also building up for you resilience so you can live the unimaginable. And talking about youth resilience, I think I want to show two pictures. So we imagine it being like this, you know, young kids learning to walk, falling, getting up, falling, getting up. And we think it's, you know, nice, neat process where people learn these things. But actually, I think that youth resilience is much more like this. You know, that you are going down the mountain really quickly without the ability to know, you know, what's coming next. And you're just trying somehow sporadically to get up before falling again, which eventually will happen. And the question is, so how can we help to young people to build this resilience, and how can we support them? First of all, it's good to have a safe space for them to fail and explore the solutions, because honestly, it's about experimentation, and it's about reducing the fear of falling and failing. Because if you fail more, you learn more, you get more resilient. Third, you prepare them in advance, and you prepare them with the knowledge and skills that are needed to become more resilient, both in the specific action that they're undertaking, so you prepare them, and also just in general, you know, how to cope with failure, how to cope with various problems that are going to come. And all in all, it's about providing safe space to experiment and teaching skills. And jumping slightly to my own life, you know, I'm a social entrepreneur, which is working with youth, and I would want to say that I started All Opportunities Social Enterprise because I was certain that I want to help young people to cope with failure and be more resilient. But actually, that's not true. For me, it was also the path just forward with a lot of misunderstandings and just risk-taking. I was 22 and I was in Latvia, and I was just thinking, well, I can either go working. I hadn't sent out my CV yet, as young people do. But I can actually also try to do my own business, which was like an event recommendation platform. And the idea was, well, I'm going to make my business for like 3-4 months. I'm going to go bankrupt, and then I'm going to find a job. So essentially, I was in a place where I had no fear of failing, and I had a safe space to fail because, you know, I'm going to bounce back quickly. And similarly, it is for, I think, most of the entrepreneurs and social entrepreneurs in particular. When I was in university, once we had an exercise with our professor who said, how would you rate your future profession in how fail-proof it is? And I said, well, I'm planning to be an entrepreneur. He was like, okay, here it's unsafe, unclear what's going to happen, and here it's really clear that in the future you're going to have a job. Where would you rate it? And so he slowly goes from the unsafe space, he slowly goes there, and I'm not saying stop. I'm waiting, and he sees my face, he goes here, I'm like, yeah, that's where I think I am, stop. And he asked me, why do I think that being an entrepreneur and social entrepreneur is essentially, you know, a safe profession? And it's exactly because it builds one thing, which is ability to learn, experiment, and be resilient. Which means that whatever the circumstance happens, whatever happens with the AI or with the future or security, always entrepreneurs will find opportunities to grow further. Back to the youth. So how to build this resilience in youth? By providing this safe place to experiment and also to teach them valuable skills. And that's what we're trying to do with my social enterprise, All Opportunities, in which we showcase in an online platform various youth opportunities and career opportunities. And we're also creating various events and trainings for youth. So this is the online platform. You can see how it would look. And there are a couple of events that we have organized. One has been digital marketing training for skills. Then there has been youth dialogue with European Commission, job speed dating events for companies meet 20 young people for 5-minute interviews, now in an online format. So, and around 30 more different events and projects. And the idea is, yeah, to provide various skills and to give safe playground for youth to test their qualities at. And all in all, our company tries to be in between young people, youth organizations, and companies. We kind of try to be the bridge in between them. And our goal is to enable every young person to utilize their full potential, and to do that by bringing together young people, employers, youth organizations in a safe space, and to open up a dialogue amongst these groups, amongst these stakeholders. And now we have more than 6,000 young people in our database. We have trained more than 500 people. We have more than 15,000 monthly visitors. More than 120 youth organizations have joined us, and more than 100 employers have cooperated with us, including the largest ones. And that's exactly our business model. So essentially what we do as a social enterprise, because social enterprises need a business model. We had a couple of talks in a break about this. So companies pay to receive better young people, hopefully more resilient young people. And they pay to us so that we do the recruitment and so that we do the employer branding, which essentially just showcases them in a good light towards youth, that they're a good place to work. So that's what we focus on. And then second thing, which also is really fun for us, we get various type of funding to experiment new approaches in youth unemployment and to get better and to also provide new methods on working. And one of these opportunities for funding came actually just when the COVID kicked in. There was an interesting moment, everyone was sad and it was autumn, no motivation around, and COVID was in its peak, and it was just bad. But in every problem there is also an opportunity. And with COVID-19 we saw that actually people are seeing the remote work as a new normal and they're embracing it. But there is one tiny problem, which is that the ones embracing it are the ones who already have a job, who are already in good position, and the people who are in less opportunity kind of space, they are the ones who are actually left behind. So we wrote a project and we got it approved, which is Go Remote, which is about it's pilot project for youth working remotely in rural areas. So exactly young people, exactly those with less opportunities working remotely or in a hybrid job. And in hybrid job, it means that you can be like 27-year-old from a tiny city and you need to go to the big city only once a month, for instance. So that's kind of goal of this project. And the focus is exactly on less developed areas, people with the demographical, social, and economic obstacles. So people who need it. We want to train 200 people, employ at least 140, not for us, but for others, and involve more than 2,500 people in general. And to do this, we actually have an interesting process. We start by researching what exactly is needed. What do these need people, so not in employment, education, or training, what do they need? Then we do the online conference to attract attention. We do the skill training in 3 sectors. Now we are actually like this week, all of them are happening. So one is in digital marketing, in data input, and in customer support. And then in January, we're going to have job speed dating events exactly for those young people in remote and hybrid, for remote and hybrid vacancies. And then next year, we take all the learnings and we try it again with already better result. And to even multiply this further and to help more, we have a website in which we showcase remote and hybrid job opportunities, especially those which are tailored towards junior positions and young people. And also there, we are having a kind of remote job Bible. We call it Knowledge Hub, where both employers and employees can find the guide on how to do remote jobs the best way possible. And then also in January, we're going to have mentors actually helping out both to the companies and consultants helping to the companies and mentors helping to the young people so they can actually flourish in these work relationships. So it's not annoying for either of the parties. So these are the pictures which are from our nationwide campaign. So in Latvia, we had even environmental ads, radio, etc. And I need to say, first of all, thanks to the EEA grant for sponsoring this. And also thanks to our partners from Cyprus, Croatia, Bulgaria, Finland, Iceland, and Norway. So because, well, this project is grand and we plan to implement these changes not only in Latvia, but actually to spread it both to these countries but also internationally, once we learn what exactly works to get young people from rural areas into hybrid and remote jobs. So we want to test it and then spread this knowledge. All in all, I want to say that, well, remote work, as with this project, it won't solve all of the problems. It's not a silver bullet, but a good thing is that at least for some people, it will enable them to have new skill sets, to get new professions, and so that these people become much more resilient in the future. So thank you all, and I wish you all a pleasant day.
Gustav, thank you very much for such an inspiring talk.
Oh, thank you for having me.
It's a pleasure, to have someone who is in Forbes list 30 under 30. I think you are one of the few people from Baltic states in this list. So congratulations for that, for
Thanks.
this really important
It's
acknowledgement.
Latvian list though. It's in Latvia.
Oh, we don't
Yeah.
have Lithuania. Okay, still congratulations.
Still it's good.
Yeah,
Latvia is still a
very good.
country.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we don't have Forbes. Well, whatever. So you consider yourself more like a social or more entrepreneur? Because also your colleague Dacia from Latvia, when she was
Yeah.
in the panel, she said like, maybe social entrepreneurship is not the most resilient form for being. So what your thought
yeah,
about it?
Well, in general, I think I'm putting myself in different shoes depending on whom am I talking with. Because, well, if I'm talking with businessmen and I see that I need to fit in, I do the businessman hat. I have like business education, all of that stuff. But when I see, but also sometimes they want to be social good, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm a social entrepreneur, almost presenting myself as an NGO or youth activist. It's not manipulation, but it's quickly changing the faces, because we do so many things that we can put different perspectives on us. And in general, I think when it comes to social entrepreneurs in general, I think one of the biggest problems is that not enough social entrepreneurs see themselves as entrepreneurs. And I think there should be more business driven action, and there should be more conversations about business models. And I would even say a bit less conversation about how to help people. Not because it's not important, but just because you have to set priorities, and currently that's what I see, at least in Latvia, as the main path.
I can agree. If you have a clear method that works, then of course, then you do it as business. But before, you should have a proof of the concept, right? Proof that your work is actually making positive impact, right?
Exactly. So you should start by experimenting your social impact, and there perfect things are like grants or some kind of governmental funding, which helps you to understand whether your social idea is needed, whether there's a market for it. But then after you grow, you need to make it sustainable, and each business, social or not, then it needs sustainability. It needs cash flow, because only then you can get more people and spread the good things that you do further.
But okay, how would you explain to my grandma what you're doing? Very, very simple.
So what I'm saying to my grandma as well is I'm helping youth. So I'm using more like social instead of entrepreneurship prism. But yeah, we're trying to connect young people and employers, and then we give these young people to companies. So that's essentially what we do.
That's quite easy. Do you have any partners in Lithuania, or you think your business model can be scaled in the Baltics or elsewhere?
We definitely want to scale. We have wrote a couple of projects for international scaling in Lithuania. We haven't got approved it yet, so no. But it easily can be scaled, because I think we do a couple of things rather uniquely. One of them is we have a really strong IT focus. So we have an IT team with 4 people, and we use it for many things. But the idea is that we have a platform which can have many services towards other NGOs and companies and young people, which ties them all together in the same space. And this platform can easily be scaled across countries. We have built it in a way that in a week we can build it in a new country. But obviously there needs marketing, etc. And second concept, which is really nice for scaling, which I'm incredibly excited, we have these job speed datings, where companies meet young people for 20 rounds, and we have like an artificial intelligence algorithm which actually picks young people and companies that should meet, and they get the most optimal list schedule, and they do it online for 5 minutes, and yeah, companies love it, young people love it, and we really want to scale it globally to new places. And also in January, we're going to have, due to the project, we're actually going to have them first time also in Cyprus, Croatia, and Bulgaria. So that's going to be first challenge of whether
Wow.
it can be scaled through other
Yeah.
organizations as well.
Well, sounds really, really exciting. And
Oh, for me too.
you don't even have 30, so you definitely will do everything. And then just small advertising that, if you're listening and you want to meet Gustav's and other beautiful speakers today in Vilnius, use your chance. We will going to meet at Piano Man in the evening.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be there.
And really anyone who find this activity related and wants to start to cooperate and meet in person, please come and enjoy the conversations.
Oh yeah, I'm open for all conversations. I'm incredibly talkative, so don't be shy.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I'm very also excited to present another speaker from Lithuania, finally, Irena Blaževič. Irena Blaževič is not only creator, but also researcher. She recently made her PhD in the social science, researching the socioeconomic resilience of region to shocks. So very, very related topic to our conference. Irena is also OECD expert, and she was helping social enterprises in Lithuania, Finland, and Sweden. So very curious to hear what Irena has to say to us.
Hello, great leaders of resilience. What I want to say that resilience is the wisdom that shows up in the darkest moments of our lives. This summer, me, myself, and my daughter, we were drowned by the Baltic Sea water. And unexpected whirlpool kidnapped my daughter and throwed it away from the shore. Nobody, no man, neither me, were able to reach her due to the very strong stream. She is just 11, she's just beginner at swimming, and I was observing unexpectedly long time when she was holding up above the water. We waited for the ship to come and save us, and on the shore I asked her, "How did you manage not to panic? What was happening within you?" And she told me that I saw that everybody is trying to save me, so I calmed myself down and saved my energy. I remembered the story about the man who was sailing for 3 days in the open sea, and he waited for the help. He trusted that help will come. So this is one of the lessons about resilience. Resilience shows up within us in the darkest moments. And I want to tell one story about really well-known NGO, and today we may say this is a community, not only NGO, Food Bank. Food Bank in 2011, they signed contracts with huge retail organizations, and suddenly they became very successful. They received a lot of donations, in-kind donations from the retail networks, but the challenge and crisis came up because the organization didn't have basic operational financials to provide this food to organizations. So this was a real crisis. Organization was thinking about bankruptcy, so they opened up and asked for advice. And one of the international partners recommended them to start taking small logistic or food handling fee. Organization opened this offer to the NGOs, and this was a next crisis because they were claimed that they are willing to earn money from the poor. Few donors refused their donations, but organizations continued. And today, this is organization that fully balances their financial operative costs and also provides and growth together with their need. So resilience is very much about the way how do we look to the context. If we have a very narrow perspective, we might see that nothing is changing. Everything is fine, everything is okay, I'm alive, I'm safe, so nothing is going on, so I don't have to think creatively. I have no need to act. But if I broaden up my perspective, I might see that there are too many risks in the world, so I can't do anything. There are only risks. I'm totally vulnerable. But if I open up my perspective again, I might see that every risk comes up with a new wave of possibilities. So resilience is about taking the long time perspective, taking the context. When you want to close down, when you want to react and protect yourself, open up and ask for help. So what is very important from my research looking into global communities, that community itself is the immune system of the society. If we have strong communities, it is already resilience. Because resilience is about going beyond myself, sharing my capacity, sharing what do I have, my knowledge, my fears, my ideas with others, and starting to co-create. The first level in resilience is possibility to absorb the shock, to take reality as it is. If it is danger, if it is war, if we have refugees, if we have cold, if we have elder people who are closed at home, this is the truth. So absorb reality and start opening up to it. The second step that comes up when we observe and accept reality is the willingness to adapt, willingness to share. I have something that others don't have. Maybe I'm not in such a deep suffer, so I can give a hand, or my suffer, I start healing by helping others. So I'm always stronger when I'm together. So possibility to adapt comes only through the interaction. The third and the most important level of the depth of the resilience is the possibility to let go of what is not working, to change the systems, to change your point of view, to change yourself, to take challenge, to bring something new for the society. So this is a transformative capacity. I was making research of all Lithuanian regions, and only Vilnius region has this transformational capacity. If we see for a few decades, this city, this region, after every crisis, rise up like yo-yo. So this is a transformational capacity, and this is a long-term resilience. When the war in Ukraine started, we, my friends, teachers, psychologists, we clearly identified that the most important thing in shock for people is to bring back them to the normality, to the routine. Therefore, we started to organize education for children. At first, this was education online. When refugees came to Lithuania, we started to organize education in person. When you start something new, the system is not ready. So the system is not ready. It means that we couldn't get any help from state institutions because there was no real possibilities to get this help. So now I'll tell you the story of our little journey through 6-7 months period, how it turned from constant challenges, constant going down to the bottom and rising up with new decision. These are pictures from our school. And at the beginning, no support from the system because there was no capacities within the system. So we opened up to society. The door was closed. We opened windows and started to build the ring. So during few days, 48 hours, tens, hundreds of volunteers came up. They raised their hand and they offered their help. So during the first months, we were able to organize living spaces, cozy homes for around 200 people. The most important thing, we focused on bringing back to normality. It was not enough just to give shelter. It was not about shelter. It was not just about giving food or walls for the school. It's about bringing back home. So designers created homes, people helped to create the school. Human solidarity made impossible possible. So this is some of the pictures how hospital was turned into cozy, beautiful homes and true rehabilitation space for. This is a sakura tree painted by one of interior designers. They worked in a full self-organization mode. No one was able to manage. There was no human capacity to organize or control or direct tasks. The next stage, when we organized the space and we started to run the school, volunteer capacities are limited. So the lack of finance was the another bottom line. What happened? When we have no money, but there is a group of people already living and we have a big vision, big idea. So money came up, business and funds involved. They found very fast decision, extremely fast decision to organized financing, and we received basic funding. Today, fundraising money consider around 30% of whole budget because the system started to join and we started to collaborate with the ministries, institutions, and etc. What was very important that we had a vision and we claimed it. We wrote letters to institutions, and today a lot of these ideas now became systemic ideas for everybody else. So now we say that the school is not just a school, it's the prototype that seeks to find humane ways of integration for all the refugees, that they start helping or loving our, helping each other and loving our country, even if they stay here for a very short time. The next challenge, after the beautiful light of great support from NGOs, funds, and donors, happened that there was no system regulation. One is to live in the short-term period. Everybody was thinking that the war will finish in 3 months, but now we see that the situation changes. And when people stay in this country, sometimes they rediscover that they may have wish to have different vision for their future. So we became trapped by the no system regulation, and we today started to cooperate a lot with all the institutions, offering new ways of decisions, new regulative ideas, and this pushed to really broad network of NGOs and institutional partnership. So today we are waiting for the next challenge. I'm not sure which one, but I'm really welcoming it to come, because only when we have a challenge we see what's beyond, what's going up next, what else we have to involve. And it is extremely important to understand that all ideas, they are very, very simple. What makes them complicated is the way how we see the overall situation, the willingness to solve everything on your own. And I just drafted six core elements of small resilient communities that came up from this practice, not from the theoretical or PhD work, but from the real situation. First, get institutional acknowledged, be seen, be triggered to the system, find solution, become a partner. Then it's not enough just to have great ideas and dreams. Have your assets, create your assets. It does not have to be your own, but you have to claim your assets. You have to create common infrastructure. Think about money. Money gives you not only freedom, but it gives you trust, and it gives trust for others in you. For the community, it's extremely important to create self-help services, really to create capacities that we can be social workers, psychologists, mentors, mediators for each other. This is not only profession, this is a capacity. Many people, they can become social help networks, and this is one of the strongest power within communities. When shock happens, people reach one another and they create self-help nets. Self-organization. Don't try to plan, manage, control everything. It's not about projects, it's about real life action, and this is about action inquiry. Act and reflect. Pain plus reflection is growth. Participatory governance. There is not the question of one or two leaders, neither about the group of leaders within community. It's about involving everyone, and sometimes the most silent person within the group, the skeptic in the group, because they have their own wisdom. So go back and co-create your vision, values, and culture exactly in the moment when you want to close up and you don't want to see anyone. Go and co-create. So, tips for resilient community leaders. Don't do it all yourselves. Every time when you feel tired, every time when you feel that the challenge is big enough, open up. It's nothing about you. You are the least important in crisis situation. Trust in others and self-organization. Let people lead. Follow your dreams, but define your assets. Clearly know the structure where you are heading off. Be a trigger. You are beyond crisis. You can make the step, preventive step. Maybe sometimes it will be a very difficult, unexpected, negative information, but be a trigger. Make officials see the reality. Make them see that you know, or you at least have a courage and idea to do this. And don't react. Create. Co-create vision. It humbles your ego. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was quite inspiring, very deep, and at the same time simple. It sounded this is something that we need in every community. What do you believe? Through your experience, what is the challenge for us in order to implement resilience in communities?
I think the main challenge, what I see now from the 10 years of experience and research within that very often communities, they think that they have to create decent or clear structures, that they really need to become organizations with certain hierarchies, responsibilities, functions, processes. This is extremely important, but it's not the main thing. The most important is the relationship, networking, and really that everyone in the community is being seen.
Such a human
Yes.
approach and such a community-driven approach, which makes it hard to imagine it within the way that societies are being built. Are there more examples that we can learn from through that you've seen through your experience?
Yes, one more example. I was also thinking to tell. In Lithuania, we have quite well-known social enterprise Mano Guru. This is the cafe for people who are at the rehabilitation programs. And so a few years ago, this organization also faced really big crisis and challenge. The organization was from the very beginning financially independent. They were receiving European Union grants and they had restaurants, were running restaurants. But there was one period when all the grants were closed because there was a transition period. And the street where the restaurant is started to be renovated. So it was closed for pedestrians. And so this was a moment when no incomes was possible for this organization. So what they've done, the leader told me that it was really hard for them, but they opened up their vulnerability to society. That they said that we are afraid to die, and many people didn't want them to close. So it ended up that the cafe was renovated, and also now this organization runs another one cafe at the hotel. So opening up when you really, your instincts tell you to close down, open up, show your vulnerability, trust in other people, dignity, generosity, show them their generosity, and everyone wants to be part of a community. If community is weak, this is the question of leadership. Do you, as a leader, seek to own your community for your visions? You treat your community people as participant within your great vision. If you have this inner approach, then community will start dying. This is how it is.
Beautiful words, beautiful wisdom. One last question, maybe briefly. I see all your research or your messages are being driven from the individual. Is there a way we can adapt this model more through a governmental point of view? How would it look like?
Yes, this is one of my recent cases. I was facilitating really huge social dialogue on the future of forests that involved around 700 participants from all the stakeholders group. So the main idea is really for co-creation, practice co-creation. It means that bring all your stakeholders into one room and really have a constructive discussion, not just conversation and reflection, but discussion that leads to agreement. And only agreement is treated as decision. Decision equals agreement. So if we take simple practice, the decisions are done by those who are in the room, not by others. So we make decision and then we give this decision to be implemented by others. It doesn't work. If we want that people are involved, if we want communities to grow, if we want that people share their deepest knowledge and their capacities, we have to involve them into decision making. When they are involved in decision making, first of all, they get the broader context. They learn from each other. They know what's going on. And agreement is only possible when we are going on the same page. So with the agreement for the future of forest, it was really like blood fight in Lithuania. Forests are saint, and the agreement was between people who see forests as shrines and between people who make the business, run the whole economy on the wood economy. So it took around 9 months, very difficult, tough conversation, but at the end, everyone said that they saw the picture different way, that now they saw the bigger context. What does the forest mean to all of us? So what I want to say on the structural, institutional level, really don't fake involvement. It's not enough to inform, send letter. It's not enough to consult and then decide on your own. Open up doors, bring stakeholders into the same room, take your courage, with emotions, everything, take your courage really to talk about real issues and get to the agreement.
Thank you so much.
Wow.
I have many other questions, and maybe this is also an opportunity to remind all our viewers that you can meet with our experts and our speakers today at the after gathering we're having. If it happens that you're in Vilnius today, we'll be meeting in an after gathering at 6 p.m. in Piano Man in Icelandus Gatve. So that would be your opportunity to hear more, to listen more, to share and learn more. So thank you again. And with that, we get to our next speaker, who we really wanted to have here, but unfortunately for the circumstances, he's not being able to be with us today. So he sent his video message, a special message from Ukraine, from a social and military psychologist who have dedicated almost all his life for the struggle of independence for his country. And I leave you with a message from Oleg Pokalchuk. Thank you so much.
Hello to everybody. Laba diena, mėlymas Lietuvaičius. I'm Oleg Pokalchuk, a social and military psychologist. I devoted most of my life to the struggle for the independence of Ukraine and the development of Ukrainian state. My grandfather was a member of the Central Council of the Ukrainian People Republic in 1918. My father was imprisoned by the communists for promoting the Ukrainian language and literature, and I became a member of the dissident movement back in the 70s of the last century. And in the early 90s, I was one of the organizers of the People's Movement of Ukraine. It looked like a Southeast in Lithuania. And since then, I have been a member of many public and state organizations engaged in state building and the development of national security. Together with Estonian partners, I participate in the creation and development of the research project Resilient Ukraine, which was and is currently engaged in studying the problems of national stability of Ukrainian society for the needs of Ukrainian state. In 2014, I was a volunteer in Eastern Ukraine in the Territorial Defense Unit, and after that, I actively work in the field of countering Russian informational influences. I'm an expert and instructor about the informational and psychological operations, SIOPs. Therefore, in February 2022, I was physically and psychologically ready, was prepared for the start of the war. For 2 months, my home near Kiev turned into a barracks. Soldiers and officers of various divisions and units of the Ukrainian army lived there. I took first money for food for these soldiers from Estonian friends, and the first and not the last humanitarian aid, food, clothes, batteries, medicine, came from Lithuanians. Mr. Gerdos Sakalauskas did this more than once under the fire. I was always remember that the first bread in my house when the war started, when the war began, was Lithuanian. For several years, I worked with Estonian colleagues in a project called Resilient Ukraine. The goal of the project was to strengthen the national stability of Ukraine. The task of the project was to strengthen the cooperation of civil society with the state and authorities. Optimization of the communication and avoid the value gaps between them, like that. We made sociological research, interviews, prepared analytical reports for the Ukrainian government, and they are actually officially evaluable. Once, when I would have the training for the Estonian territorial defense, I said, as the first rocket explosion, all your paper plans and the book ideas about what to do will turn into ashes. You will find yourself in an unfamiliar place, among unfamiliar people, and with only what is in your head. And it is not a fact that it will help you. Only very simple knowledge will help, which you will not be able to forget in the state of stress. February February 24, 2022 proved once again how right I was. So I want to tell you a little truth about sustainability, about the resilience. It will be impolite, but it is. 80% of everything that is written and said about the resilience is either pure theory, which work for the peaceful and stable and rich societies. In the second case, it is more correct to call the resilience like a preparation, readiness for a crisis. When the war begins, our society is divided into approximately 3 groups. The smaller part, whose position should ensure the stability of society, the police, the army, firefighters, rescuers, so on, they already know what to do. In theory, but the reality makes part of their knowledge unusual. The second part deals exclusively with personal salvation, as they think about it. It's basically about disorder, nothing much more. The third part, which we called volunteers, helps the first and the second groups, but until they run out of money, health, and life. It's impossible to understand the proportions of these groups because the media resonance about them cannot be representative. The third group, the volunteers, best fits the term resilience. There are 2 types of people in need who psychologically proved to be the most ready for the most difficult trials. These are religious people and nationalists. These types of world views give them a stable architecture of their inner world. They provide support, relying on which they can effectively help others. Accordingly, public organizations created by these people are the most resistant to the most unexpected challenges. All these 3 groups suffer from emotional burnout, neurosis of various kinds, and PTSD. This radically changes their behavior of survival and struggle. All theoretical discussions about personality growth are meaningless. Psychologists work with them according to the protocols provided for in such cases, but this is absolutely not the gradual work in medical offices that they had before the war. The primary tasks are the reduction of unmotivated aggression and self-aggression, suicides. Absolutely, the whole society in this is in the wounds and scars of psychological trauma. It breaks some, while others, on the contrary, inspire them to fight. Therefore, my thesis is that resilience is an ineffective term in wartime conditions. Sustainability does not imply flexibility. You know, if aesthetic and hygiene prevents a soldier from crawling through a muddy puddle, is potentially a dead soldier. And if the same circumstances force a civilian to behave the way he behaved and thought something about himself before the war, then he or she is also a dead person. I will say more. All modern humanistic views of yourself and the world evaporate in you at the moment when you see the bodies of peaceful people nailed by Russian occupiers along the forest road. You want this example? Okay, here it is. This is the village of Mushunki region. Here are my personal tips for building resilience right now. It's all about personal survival. I tell people how to effectively use the candles to light and warm the room, how to use water economically, how to use a thermal underwear correctly, what warm clothes are better to sleep in, and with which kind of clothes. How to accept that you will never go back to your previous life. I told them, your task is to preserve the life that exists and keep your mental balance. How to accept the reality here and now and not make plans for the future. How to treat yourself a little ironically and keep a sense of humor. It's very important. Recommendation. All conversations about resilience should not go from top to bottom, from strategy to practice, but vice versa, from the bottom up, from practical skills to survive in any conditions. Only then people will be able to organize into effective, sustainable groups. War is not a Hollywood movie where the smart and beautiful heroes save the world. I saw a large number of not very intellectual and spiritually rich people who saved very many lives. Due to them, lack of reflection, theories, skills of life in nature, and ordinary smartness. This, resilience is not a potato that can be grown, dug up, and stored for the winter. You can't teach people about resilience in seminars and discussions. It's no matter how nice the drinks and dishes are there in buffet or in fourchette. The core of national stability is people who, according to their psychological characteristics, are already stable. They should have a protocol for behavior in extreme situations. The Estonians have one. It's called Ole Valmis, be prepared. It's an application for smartphones. Then these people will have more opportunities to save others. Okay, now I have to go turn off the generator that produced electricity for my house because I need to save gas. Viso gero, iki pasimatymo, už jūsų ir mūsų laisvę.
I want to say, Oleg, I want to say thank you, Oleg, for all your talk. And unfortunately, we can connect and discuss not only because of that we cannot have Oleg alive here, but also that internet connection, even electricity, is very not stable in Ukraine. And I'm very glad that we have this opportunity to hear the messages of Oleg, and I think everyone took those messages very deeply. Our next discussion, where Oleg is supposed to participate, but we will reflect on his thoughts, is about why resilience is important and how to make it sure it's part of every change. And the context we are talking about this is also very clear. This discussion will be led by Sandra Domavičiūtė. She is the head of Open Lithuania Foundation, and she is also head of Active Citizen Fund. Sandra has a background in communication and advocacy, working in different sectors, public and business, and in different countries and continents. So I'm very glad to welcome Sandra, and she will introduce her panelist.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the last discussion of the Social Entrepreneurship Day 2022 on the topic resilience. I'm very pleased to this excellent conversation with excellent experts whom I will present shortly on the topic why resilience is important and how to make sure it is a part of every change. Today, through many discussions, presentations, we were able to look at the resilience from different angles. In this panel discussion, we will focus on social or societal resilience to various crises, and we'll try to answer the question how to increase or build resilience in peaceful times, in quiet times. What do we expect out of this discussion is one thing. After hearing or listening to our challenges and problems that we're going to raise, I hope our audience will come back with some social innovations or some solutions to bring to our societies. So now let me introduce excellent panelists. Dalia Bankauskaitė, we have our Dalia Bankauskaitė. She's an interdisciplinary expert in security policy, strategic communication, and political advisory. Dalia currently serves as a senior fellow at the Center for European Policy Analysis. LinkedIn says that she is Stratcoms plus Total Defense to strengthen resilience for the European frontiers, which is very to the topic. Also, we have Helen Nilsson, a director of Nordic Council of Ministers office in Lithuania, and she has been working in the field of international cooperation and development for more than 20 years, and also interested in interlinkage with corporate social responsibility. Please welcome. So we have Baltic and Nordic representation on the panel. However, to talk about resilience is probably wouldn't be appropriate if we don't mention Ukrainian context. The world witnesses determined and very strong social and collective resilience to of Ukrainian people right from the beginning of the war. And even now, when Putin changed his tactics and massively in attacking on infrastructure to break Ukrainian civilians, or in order to bring panic and fear to weaken people's willingness to defend their country. Putin wants to brutalize the ordinary people's life and weaken this defense. So no matter how he tries, we look at the pictures and we read the media and we see that Ukrainians stand firmly and still defending. And sometimes it looks like that they block the reality or they have unlimited reservoir of the strength. The last presentation by Oleg Pokalchuk, social psychologist, he described this situation from the ground and he reflected on the resilience. I know you both read or you heard his presentation, and I would like you to reflect on what he said and how do you feel and what can be learned from it. Dalia, maybe you would start.
Thank you for having me here. Yeah, Oleg's speech, it's a heavy one. It's really loaded and emotionally as well. We are not in the field. We are not in the war. We absolutely know what's happening. We perceive the threat and the risk, but at the same time, we are still not in the field, not in the front line. Oleg was talking about resilience and resistance, and at the same time, post-war syndromes, post-stress syndromes that are extremely serious and should be taken into account. I take his speech actually as a projection for the future, that reconstruction of Ukraine and Ukraine society is not only reconstruction of the state and its infrastructure. It's about individuals, their psychology, and as a community, individual community and society. So that would be I would say that that's what both professionals, experts on different fields should take into account, as well as us, civil society, take a very active part in approaching and really thinking of very business matter solutions for keeping post-syndrome, helping the people of Ukraine.
Thank you, Dalia. Helena, what are your thoughts about?
I think
situation?
all our thoughts and hearts are with Oleg and the people of Ukraine. So having said that, I will maybe bring up another angle of what he said, and that is that a resilient society doesn't start with the cries. It starts before the cries, so that we can go through the cries and survive and be even stronger on the, so to say, other side. I think that is something that we should focus on in our daily work or in our daily individual responsibility to create a better society, to leave no one behind, and as well as listen to people, and so that they feel that they are part of building a resilient society.
It's to follow, to catch Helen's words. Resilience, we really talk about resilience and social resilience in a peacetime. In a critical crisis situation, God forbid, wartime, we talk about resistance. If there's no resilience, there's no resistance.
Maybe we will come back to that when we talk about this long-term perspective, but let's start with some intervention from your Dalia perspective, and then later with Helen. I know, Dalia, that you will be sharing recent or data from recent research on information security space and our readiness to increase our resilience. So I would give you up to 5 minutes, or 4 now, as we speak. So could you please share your main data or some takeouts?
Thank you, Sandra. Recently, the report was published of our research. I say our, Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. We did the first assessment of societal resistance against disinformation. The report is a long one. It's worth reading, but I will take just to put it in a nutshell. The report started 2 years ago, so on the brink of the pandemic, COVID pandemic, and then we had to slow down. So we emerged with the assessment after the series of critical situations, crisis situations that Lithuania encountered, in particular, COVID, illegal migration organized by Lukashenko regime, then deterioration of diplomatic relations with China, because Lithuania opened a Taiwanese office in Vilnius. And at that time, 2021, we already started talking and predicting the energy crisis, that the prices will come up. So Two points. One is that experts that were interviewed, it is based on semi-structured interviews in addition to other desk research. So experts, when assessing, talking prior to crisis and afterward, there are differences. There are differences in assessment they lower their score of evaluation of resilience of the society. Different parameters we looked into. And I take it as a positive sign, because it means, first of all, they reflect. Experts, I mean those who have accumulated experience in business, in security, intelligence, research, civic society, media. So, and then another thing is that lessons learned, they understood the seriousness of crisis and actually took it much more, in a more responsible way. Another finding was that there was a gap between those who were in working in state institutions engage in security, intelligence matters, in countering disinformation matters, Stratcom, and those who represent, I would say, as a group, society, civic society, NGO sector. Sandra, you were one of the interviewees, business people and academia. So actually that signaled that there should be this gap, if really to talk about Lithuanian resilience, this gap should be filled in, not bridged, but it should be narrowed, and there should be resilience is a co-owned project. It's a teamwork as a society, multifaceted. So there should not be this kind of division of in bulbs and being locked into certain bubbles. And perhaps the third one, but maybe we will come back during our discussion, is the countering of disinformation. A lot is done. Institutional structures are good, legal structures are good. There's awareness, but countering disinformation by just debunking and fact-checking is not sufficient. It's not enough.
We will come back to this question, but could you just tell which country is the most resilient, if you can say?
This is what we, I would say that 3 Baltic states are resilient in disinformation field, are really much better prepared than the rest, than the West of the West, than the rest of Europe, or many of European countries, especially the West countries.
Okay, thank you. Helen, now I'm turning to you now. Could you please share your experience, what Nordic Council of Ministers in Lithuania, how they support social entrepreneurship in increasing resilience? Could you please share your experience and also some practical examples, if you can?
I will do so, and also take my 4 minutes to maybe also introduce the Nordic Council of Ministers. So we are the intergovernmental organization for the 5 Nordic countries, as well as the autonomous areas of Greenland, the Faroe Island, and Åland Island. And if we talk about our international cooperation, it's by far focusing the Nordic-Baltic cooperation. And we talk about development, we talk about growth, and we talk about, of course, shared values. We do a lot of projects in the field of social welfare, innovation, democracy, climate, of course, sustainability, but also the last year we have shifted a little bit, and we also talk about resilience, youth participation, and maybe also social resilience as such. And allow me to just mention that I had the pleasure to be in Oslo the other week, together with a delegation from the Baltic states, from youth delegation, to take part of the Nordic Youth Summit, where we only focused listening in the youth, what they had to say about youth participation, of course, but also crisis. Why didn't we ask them during the pandemic what to do and not, and so on and so forth. Extremely good reports and so on and so forth. As you said, we have the facts also in this case. My office, our office main target group is children and youth. And we do, of course, have a policy and strategy for doing that. But I would like to say that we work a lot on good living conditions and the opportunity to influence. And I think Nordic Youth Summit was one example of that, because we need to know, we as individuals and youth, as we focus on, need to know how they can react and act for us to have an active citizenship and to be in line with the resilience that we would like to achieve. But I would like to mention the NGO Vilits that we have been working together with the impact investment model. Now we talk about social or social entrepreneurship. and also with the Reach for Change and 100 good stories in our region. And I think one good goal or aim or maybe result of that was that we have this day that we do in a regular yearly way. And then next week we can also invite you to a conference, for the final conference, when we have talked about social finance.
Okay.
And I also would like to mention the Lithuanian Social Enterprise Association that have a yearly summit that we are also part of.
So through all these activities, you're trying to increase resilience
In
on the
4
ground.
minutes, yes.
Good. Okay. Dalia, in the crisis and shock situations, usually it's very hard to keep straight, rational mind, because our emotions, and also Oleg also mentioning in his presentation, taking over, and it's very easy to be trapped in conspiracy theories. So as a strategic communication expert, could you please share your opinion? What should be done to avoid this kind of situation? What competences, maybe for different, as you said, different institution and different target audience should be built to avoid, or how to diminish this threat, or how to be resilient to disinformation, fake news, conspiracy theories?
First of all, when listening, I thought, have we mentioned or defined resilience? What we mean, we take it as an obvious thing and quite a popular word in circulation. So the way I define for myself resilience, and first of all, it applies for individual and for society or community, is ability to cope with a very stressful, usually critical situation. Cope, adapt, and bounce back. That is, return as much as possible to the normal that before. And more important, not to be catch in accelerating this stress, not to engage in augmenting the critical situation. Another thing what I learned both from the report and then observing how my society coped with COVID, it's wrong to think that that if you are not organized, if you do not structure, nothing happens. That becomes a chaos. Society, individuals, community, and society are very capable, and they are always self-organized. Having said that, does not mean that the work is done. So it means that they are much better self-organized when they know what to do. They have to be informed before that. They have to be trained, and they really have to understand what is this stress. So the report, I keep referring to my report, our report, like experts note that really society, especially civic society, NGO sector was very active and proactive, but they lacked more information from the government, guidance, and really for individuals, guidance how to behave, how to channel these people. So actually this is one of the answers, that there should be programs educating people, training in peacetime, building up this resilience, which is very many multifaceted exercise. The basic ones when talking about disinformation: check your information. First of all, know that you are under the stress, and when you know very well that under the stress you function differently when you are thinking in a slow, in a relaxed way. So first of all, under the stress, person is led by intuition, which might be misleading. Then these involuntary reflex switches on, that you stop breathing and it means increasing your panic again. So again, you stop, even more intuitively you lead. Then your innate capacities will pop up because you know more, disciplinize yourself. So you either more, it depends on the character or how much you rational are, and then your reflex. also switches on. So it means when you know where you are vulnerable, because this is counterproductive for you. So in a peaceful time, when you have time to think, to analyze, you really know what's happening to you. You try to prevent these negative things. And then information, source, check the source, reputation, trustworthiness of sources of information. These are, I would say, basics.
Just to build that, but why people are trapped sometimes? What is the reason behind what's in the peacetime? Also, we see that people are following conspiracy theories and increasing bubbles in that field.
Psychologists explain that we are biased. We are biased people. Human beings are biased and are influenced. All the technologists are talking about that. Also many studies. So knowing that we are biased, that our instinct, first of all, we think in a simplified way, white and black, good or bad. And we know that there are no like this. There are more factors, but we intend to do that. That instinct of immediately reacting and thinking about something negative, because since we left from the caveman area, we were very self-protecting, thinking about how to protect themselves. So always looking for negative signs and for signs that raises risks to our wealth, to our health, to our lives. So having these attitudes, if we let them go first without really analyzing, we are really very good target, easy target for manipulation, for manipulative techniques. COVID and conspiracy theories are the best example, because COVID really exposes your life are actually challenges. It's a threat to your life, to your survival, to your surrounding, or for somebody for actually anyway, life and living standards. So you immediately open for conspiracy, for solutions which are not necessarily true.
Thank you. So there are also some thoughts for our audience to think how to diminish this, and how to work with our attitudes and instincts, and not to see black and white. So what should be done?
If you want really not to be, if somebody wants to persuade you in a negative way, manipulate you, not persuade, manipulate you, they try to raise to make you stressful, to stress about something, to be scared.
And panic.
Yeah, and to be frightened.
Okay, Helen, in Lithuania we always compare with Nordic countries, and we always wish for welfare state that you have built and the way of life you live. We always do this comparison, and we also do that in resilience field too. So I would like now to turn to the topic of social resilience versus or plus social security. So trust and reliance on each other, as the Nordic experts quote, is the gold of the Nordic. Right? And do you agree with this argument that social support is another critical variable that contributes to resilience? And could you also please share your experience on this long term, how you have succeeded in building that? And there is another argument that they say that resilience lies not on individual capacity that you were probably were talking mostly, but on the strong institutions. So could you please elaborate on that social security and social resilience, how it's connected or not?
I mean, first, maybe I could make a little bit of a joke. I always thought you look at the Estonians, but maybe you also look at us Nordics, if I'm allowed to do that. But I mean, a little bit of reflections to you. I mean, we talk about it in general terms, right? But we also have to think about different generations, different vulnerability, socioeconomics, and so it's really just quite complex what we have discussed so far. So I think again I will just emphasize, please include everybody into this chance to be part of a good society. But for me, social resilience at least is very linked to security, but it's also linked to trust. But it's also about self-awareness. I think you linked it to mindfulness, positive relationships and purpose for that. And to be able then to link that with social security, we need taxpayer, right? We need to get some kind of budget to be used in the best way. And if you trust the system, then you also, I think, are more willing to pay your tax because you see that you will gain something from it. And if we then would like to have a social resilience linked to the whole society, we need that budget line so that I think we trust that also it's okay if I don't get part of that pie or that cake, but it should go to the ones who need it because we are together building a good society for everybody. So I think this is so interlinked, but I do believe we need definitely social security. But of course, social resilience and trust is one very important ingredients to that.
Would you like to reflect on what the Nordic and how far is Lithuania on this path?
Trust, yeah, we know that this is the gold, Nordic gold. It's trust, and this is an exceptional phenomenon for Nordic societies. A very strong brand, if I may say so. But it's really the core is trust. And trust is not done in one day. It's about it's building. So I would say that trust is its core in Lithuania. It's measured from different perspectives. It can be interpreted very well, but very few would argue that there's no value in it. I think that Lithuania is not only on the right path, but majority of the societies really understands what is the value of the trust, not because being naive, but because it is economically, it's beneficial. It's a win-win exercise for everyone to trust, not to cheat, to pay taxes, to share the solidarity, and in this way to increase your security, your living standards, at a higher level. So I think it's a growing exercise. And again, I'm benchmarking with other societies. That's why I'm so kind of confident, not confident that we are
on good path.
Yeah.
Yes, please do.
In my first part of my career, I started to work with the UN. And I felt so stupid. And I felt like I always used the word naive. No, but it's okay. I have talked to myself. I'm naive. I can live with this. But because I think UN is quite a tough organization to work on. But then I understood it has nothing to do with naivety. I just trusted. I wanted to trust my colleagues. Now I maybe sound naive again, but still, this is where I came from. And I came from a very trustful organization as SIDA to a quite competitive one in the UN.
Thank you for this sharing. So I always think when you think about good things, so I was how to have this social innovation that could increase our trust in each other. I don't know if there is any,
I think a very good example I have, I came here by taxi, and the taxi driver told that he drives at night and his clients are a lot of millenniums and they are drunken. They actually not register whether they get into the taxi or any other moving object, but all of them are very polite, always say good evening, thank you, and they address the driver as you in this respectful form or Z. So I think it's a major sign or symptom of the change of the society.
Okay, I wanted to ask about this youth generation till at the end of our discussion conversation, but I will turn our discussion a little bit upside down, and I will ask about this generation different, because you already started talking about it. And this is my question. According to some data, 2/3 of young people, at least what I read, believe in the context in the social media, what they read and what their social bubbles are sharing or commenting. So do you see this positive or negative tendency? If the young generation is less resilient than to external domestic threats, and what are their social capacity to withstand if the contexts of their networks are mostly virtual, not real, or maybe it's a new reality. Maybe they are more resilient, but we don't understand them because they live differently. So could you please touch upon this young generation and how resilient they could be or are to domestic and external threats? Who would like to start? Helen, maybe you work with youth and children, so could please give us good examples, and we will then turn to negative.
I think when it comes to media literacy as such, it's very important to continue to educate both informal and formal education. But I think, going back to you, no, I don't think we understand them. And I think we really need to have a dialogue here. We are different generations. And we need to understand what we need to do. And for that, we need to have a dialogue, and we also need to give them more power to make decisions. And that will cost, definitely, but I can't see any other way around it to have to change our structure, to invite young people to be part of the decisions, including within the media and media literacy as such. But it must be rather tough to be young today, to be bombarded, and also what I have understood, and this is also for us, not to how do you meet your friends, and this is online very often now. I maybe also sounds like I don't know, but I may know, but I think I'm not the one to say. We need to have a young person here to express him or his opinion.
Okay.
Oh, I started a little bit higher, right?
Yes, this is great. Dalia, would you be that so positive because you have also data? And
some data, some tendencies. Again, when we talk in a very generic way, so it's a risk of missing something very, very important. I think it's valid both for young generation Z, millennium, or whatever, that our algorithm locked us into certain bubbles, chambers. And algorithms guide us, and we are in the internet more and more, and that's what experts mention, fragmentation of the society, because being locked in one or another form. So being aware that the tricks are played, it's so important. Now, I think that. Talking about Lithuanian youth, it's about, first of all, about society, Lithuanian society. We have to talk about media competences and information competences. And it's really, I mean it, it's not another buzzword. We are still somehow lack competences in communication skills and knowledge, because we don't express ourselves, and we prefer to listen and to sit inside, and rather than to formulate our ideas. We're capable to understand that, but we are somehow modest or not having not enough competences, because when you have to communicate properly, express yourself, you are open to get more information in order to build your argument. So I think this is where we have to start. Also, we lack competence, skills of working with information, processing. We learn, we adapt, we learn in paragraphs, and we deliver that, but we don't do interdisciplinary. We do not connect in this complex and complicated way, and we can't anymore afford to think linearly. Otherwise, we end in chaos. We have to be complex and complicated. So this is what's trained. These are competences we are talking about. Also, algorithms or this digital world offered a lot, I mean, huge progress, but also it cut our attention into 7 seconds spans. It means that we are not capable to go into. At the same time, we have a huge challenge to deliver in those 7 seconds something that somebody has to grasp. So these are the risks. And the core of it all, morale. I think the ethics, empathy, emotional intellect, empathy, and moral values important, because technologies made Europe, made the West and the world extremely rich, extremely capable, but totally messed up with morals and ethics. And of course, I have the war in mind. So these are to be balanced, and these are major challenges for our society.
Now, this is naturally brings to another question that I wanted to ask, and you know that it's going to be about media and media literacy. We will come back to Nordic because we already mentioned a bit, but I would like to come back to our Ukrainian situation. And some experts or majority experts already note that in Ukrainian is winning information war. And one of the reasons is that in media cohesiveness, right? When mass media channels and also social media with personal stories shared via different channels, TikToks, Telegram, whatever you say, you name it, they bring the same narrative or similar narrative, transmit the same message. And that's how it somehow build or increase resilience or build trust in military actions and bring hope that Ukraine will win. We hope it will win. So could you, Dalia, explore a bit about this? Why?
Communication.
Communicationally, how they succeeded in this, bringing us success, as you say, although we have all these algorithms, how they succeeded to have this common message, common narrative.
I think there will be tons of PhDs, thesis written, master thesis written on studying Ukrainian communication during the war. But yes, absolutely true. Ukrainian communication about the war, on the war, is nothing short of the miracle. It's exceptional. Somebody says that it is due to the technology. Yes, technology helps to be there on place and immediately multiply and reach out to different target groups. But if there's no content, it would be just nothing. It's just the noise they produce. They are successful because I don't want to go into very much into details, but you see really disciplinary and how they built. It's a good school how the narrative should be built. The narrative is about the war, how they fight this unjust invasion, and they are fighting for the freedom for their country and freedom of the world, of Europe, of everyone, democratic world. So they structure that, they build the architecture of different messages and stories, and you have this funny story of the courageous soldiers, the cruelty, the unjust, the enemies, how they look, how Russia's troops, without any respect to civilians, breaking any war law, any international law, that and everything is very much hierarchical. It's very really
You think it's not bottom
coordinated.
up that also
It is, but bottom up you go when you have an information infrastructure built, and then you can glue with your interpretations and initiatives. These are ripples, but you have this infrastructure, information infrastructure or communication infrastructure there.
Not an expert here, but how important is the leader in this?
That's what I said is hierarchical. It's absolutely leadership is core. It's core. What I see or what I play next step, and this is where I would invite anybody to think and really to contribute, that Ukraine needs another narrative, not only the war narrative, the war of unjust. We have to tell this, I say already, tell the story of Ukraine that we know, not only fighting, but living the life, their culture, their history, their economy, their people, just really answering so many questions that all of a sudden the world wants to know about Ukraine. And when saying the word Ukraine, we should not talk about Putin, but we really should talk about Ukraine and Ukrainian people.
I think this is a great and wide topic that we could discuss. But let's come back to our resilience and media literacy that I would like to turn to you, Helen. And in most debates or discussions that I heard or listened when we talk about resilience, it usually comes to media literacy. And we have Finland, we have Nordic countries where you also systematically approach to this question. We had many programs, even you also, your council, Nordic Council of Ministers also invested in some programs in Lithuania, others. It's very pragmatic and many stakeholders do media literacy in Lithuania. But what we hear, for example, in Finland, you invest a lot and you from, I don't know, schools. So how you succeeded and what's the recommendation and why do you think people and children should read and how and what? Could you just, because our time is running.
Yes,
but so
yes, we have so many interesting, but I think in general, I think the general idea of investing is that we would like to continue to trust our media. We would like to trust, we would like to have our media that we trust.
Yes.
And therefore we invest to educate children, young people, adults. In the right now, it's also a very good target group, knowing that we find the information in other places. But there are also some kind of responsibility here of free. I mean, the free speech, and that is by tradition. I think. I mean, we celebrated that the 100 years off Finland very much when we celebrated the freedom of speech when it was when we had law linked to it. But I think also it is about it is about resilience in the end of the day, to be ready. And I totally agree with you that you are better prepared if in the situation we are now with disinformation. We should definitely learn from you. We should not come here and teach anything. If that is what we are doing, I don't think so. I think we today cooperate, but I think this tradition, we have new authorities responsible for this in Sweden, recently established. So it's apparently very easy to get the funding for it because we think this is extremely important.
Okay, thank you very much. Our time is running so quickly. I wanted to ask a most difficult and most provocative question, but I will skip it due to our time. So we will leave it for the next time about this polarization and division, how resilience might help to bridge this gap. But let's leave for another discussion. The last question is how to train our resilience muscle, if there is such a muscle. Could you just share what to do? And this is also an advice for our social entrepreneurs to think of some maybe innovations. So Dalia, I will start with you.
Things are done by doing. If you want to train resilience, so do it, train it. And since knowing that this is a holistic approach, so we have to see that institutional framework is working, that state institutions really engage with society, civic society, and really see the partnerships building, education. I've just mentioned media literacy competences, very healthy, independent, transparent, and quality media. Social media or traditional media should be in place. Education and engagement. Engagement, really seeing, understanding that society makes the state.
On individual note?
On individual, when you are actually the element, you start from individual, but you are, as an individual, you still have to be media literate.
So you have to read, right?
You have to read.
Okay, let's read. Helen, the last words.
Yes.
The last, recommendations. Yes.
I think this is really up to us now. Of course, we have also the ones in power, but for me, is to talk about it and to talk about democracy, trust, values every day, as you and me in the staircase.
Yes.
But I think also I will see more social entrepreneurs coming in, because when we talk about resilience, resilience is when a society takes next step.
Yes.
And for that we need innovation, we need to be fast, we need to be flexible. Yes. And what do we think about then? Social entrepreneurs.
Good, that's good to know. But I will lastly to quote Oleg Pokalchuk, because I asked him also to think of that in difficult times. And this is, I will quote, weak people start training when they see effectiveness of strong people. I think in a priority to consider active and strong and social groups, so leaders. Then they will be able to protect and teach weakened people, because helping the weak for a long time permit to them getting used to their status and produce the status begins. The strong must be taught to be stronger. The one thing is not to stop, but to move. When you stop, then your heart, it will be taught. So with these words, I would like to thank you all. And Dalia, Helen, it was a great pleasure.
It's a pleasure.
And a very interesting conversation. And I hope our audience got some insights and advices to develop further. Thank you again, and see you in further discussion. Stay resilient.
Welcome back for a very short reflection of the day, because Social Enterprise Day 2022, it's almost over. At least the conference is over. All our beautiful, great, interesting, smart presenters said what they had to say. We just want to conclude a bit with Ayman. So Ayman, how was the day for you, and what you taking away?
It was really inspiring to be looking at the word resilience from different angles and connecting it again with social entrepreneurship. I enjoyed how we took the word, or the program was structured in a way to look at it at a younger age, youth, individual, organization, and even a community. And at each point and at each angle, you would see, or at least that's what I saw, resilience is an intimate concept. It has a lot of empathy. In order to build a resilient society or a resilient community, it needs to be closer together. While usually when we're thinking of resilience, we think of macho, toughness, being hard.
That's what you think.
This is what I would at least in the morning when I came to this conference. This is the main image that would be connected in my head. But by the end of our day, I see through the conversation of our speakers, it's more like towards supporting each other. What else I've learned and what I heard is that resilience is about understanding how to navigate our reality, learning from the situation, either within an organization or the countries around us. And I hope the conversations that we had today, especially in the discussions, have a call in order to support social entrepreneurs, because this is what I truly believe, and how we are able to empower the social entrepreneurs by allowing them to have more resilience and more resources. What do you think? What would maybe one word or two that stuck with you throughout the day?
Yeah, absolutely. I think we started with the nature, like with the instincts, and then in the very end, Dala was also mentioning, that we are still maybe neglecting too much the nature in ourselves and the nature around. So I think that's personally insight. And in general, when I was listening to the first discussion was very concrete, how we can support entrepreneurship. But the second discussion, I think, opened a lot of the problematic field where we need intervention, where we need solutions. And I hope that those people who have watched or watching us, who want to be entrepreneurs, they found inspiration or insights in the field, what they should be doing, where their help is needed. Beautiful day.
Yeah, well, we still have, as you know, we still have the opportunity to engage with our guests, with our speakers, by the after gathering or the after party that's taking place today in Vilnius, in Piano Man at Icelandus Street, where you can engage, you can learn, you can share your thoughts. If not, this conference is recorded. Maybe someone will be inspired through these talks and these workshops. And I will end my talk with one sentence or one word that it rings in my head. Tough times never last, but tough people do. Or resilient people do.
I have nothing to add. So let's stay resilient. Not only one day per year, but all the time. And thanks everyone who watched this conference, especially thanks for our Norway grants who were able to support. And as Sandra also said, now we can say goodbye, but stay resilient. Thank you.